everything's moving fine. I'm not seeing my chat overlay do its thing, which is a little worrying. If I don't see any text appear in the chat overlay, I may have to refresh it. It would be upsetting. It may also just be a stream where the chat overlay doesn't work, which is unfortunate. I wouldn't be surprised if it got broke by the changes Twitch made to how the chat works as well. But let me go grab that page back right quick. Be prepared for that eventuality. What did I do with that? Does this also give people a moment to filter in anyway? Find it easily enough. I just need to remember where. Oh, it'll link. Hey, Zeno. Sounds good. I'm just quickly trying to figure out why my chat overlay is not currently connected. So, by all means, throw that in while I figure this out. Should only take a moment. Ah, okay. So you're currently on a trial basis, and you should then be able to start actually working. That makes sense. I might have to not have my overlay today, because it apparently decided to randomly explode. Hooray! And I can't find it again now for some reason. Is what I was using? Why is it gone? There it is. It'll just take me a second to redo it. Just bear with me a second. I don't know what happened to it. You know how things love to be problematic from time to time. There we go. We have chat overlay once again. This is Alone in the Dark, as I said it was going to be. Yes, it was actually very easy. You had to do a questionnaire and do some tax stuff. I don't think you'll have to do the tax stuff since you're not in the US. It specifically said US had to do all that tax nonsense. Yeah, as it says on the screen, this is Alone in the Dark: The New Nightmare. This is a survival horror game. And this is certainly a version of the game. This sure is a version of the game. We're just gonna speed through this for the time being. There's a reason why I'm just skimming through this. We'll get into the actual reason in a minute here. Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit mad. So you can either be Carnby or Eileen. Looks like this version you can only be Carnby. Currently trying to figure out how to use gun. Okay, so we've got our walkie-talkie, we've got our... I used to there being a lighter. Lighter's a bit of a weird one. We'll just move on, and if I die, I die. This is already very different from the way the other versions are, which is fascinating. Spooky eyes in the darkness. So, it will not stop amusing me how Carnby will grow when he goes closer to the screen and then just magically shrink. I'm tiny Carnby. Nothing can stop tiny Carnby. Big Carnby. Still does not understand how to use gun. Now, bear in mind, you might be like, oh, maybe you just didn't hit the right button yet. This is a Game Boy Color game. There's already more dialogue and reaction to the items we find than the other versions have too, which is very interesting. Oh. Ah, the usual talk at this spot, okay. Eileen landed on the roof instead of landing on the ground where we did. Yep, there we go. Gun's ready. Gotta shoot the spiders. This version is so weird. This is so different from what I'm used to. Oh. I don't know. Also, the fact that he's walking on sunshine pretty much over here, just walking diagonally into the air is kind of magical. This is so fucking weird. It also skipped an entire scene, which is interesting. Let's see. I'm gonna go this way. Yeah, I found this version while I was working on fixing the other versions of the game to actually broadcast. And meme aside of showing this, we're not actually going to be doing the full session as this game. That spider just turned into a dog and then exploded. I am so confused. But this version, I knew this version was gonna be great, so I had to show people this. Because I was just so blown away that this existed. People needed to see this. I was originally thinking of doing a whole bit where I'm like, what? This is the best version of the game. I told you guys I was going to do the most effective and best version I could find of the game. What's the problem? There's nothing wrong here. Oh wow, we're just in the manor now. Okay. There was somebody in the window. You're blind, Carnby. Literally somebody just walked past that window. Damn it, Carnby. Ooh, shiny thing. Gimme. Okay, we got a key. Presumably is going to open the front door then. Even background features. Got it. Locked. You know, it just told me how to use my inventory. There we go. Apparently I have an orange flask as well, and a green flask. This is such a different game. It's kind of amazing. Oh. The key does not open the lock. Okay. Where the hell does this key go, then? Because we didn't encounter any other locked things along our way here. I must have missed something. Oh hey, you can actually just barely see Carnby appearing on the other end of the screen when I brush up against the edge here. You can just see the end of his arm over there on the right whenever I'm over here on the left. Would it do the same thing if I went over to the right? No, because it actually has better edge protection on that side. Disappointing. Let's go this way, then. Ooh. You're angry things. Where the hell am I going? Wait. Did we just go in a circle? Sorry, what? I mean, I guess with the pathing, that does make sense that that's a circle. But what the hell is the point of this, then? Why is this here? Oh, my radio is flashing on screen. I assume that means I'm supposed to answer the radio. What do you want? Oh, wait, she's apparently near the aircraft? It's not where she is in any other version of the game. What? I am confused. I see you. And your spooky red eyes. You don't scare me. I'm right in the dark after you. See? Not alone now, am I? Because you're here. Are. He's not impressed. Nope. Okay, that's the only other locked door I know about in this damn world. I am confusion. And with that confusion, we're going to go ahead and jump over to the actual version of the game I was planning on playing. Because as entertaining as that is, that was not actually going to be helpful at all. I just wanted people to acknowledge that that exists. We will actually be playing the Dreamcast version, which is, as far as I can tell, the best version of the game. The PC version being the one I wanted to do, but the PC version is kind of a broken disaster area of the game. So, we're not going to be doing the PC version, in spite of what I wanted to do. This seems a little loud, so we're going to go ahead and pump that down just a little. As you can see, this is already a massive improvement.
Alone in the dark.
I'm gonna go ahead and let this cutscene play, because this will actually tell you something
Gloucester,
useful.
Massachusetts, October 30th, 2001, 2100 hours.
This is Fisk. I hope you had a safe trip. Now, I can already hear you ranting, but I've taken on a new case. I know, I promised I'd quit. But I was contacted by a man named Johnson to go to Shadow Island and investigate Obed Morton and the Apcanis writing tablets. Does that ring any bells? Now you understand why I couldn't say no and had to leave right away. I'm going tomorrow. I left some notes on the office desk. See you soon, Carmi. Oh, I nearly forgot. If you want to contact Johnson, he's at 555-1495.
Boston Police Department. Name Fisk. First name Charles. Date of birth February 17th, 1944. Presumed date of death October 24th, 2001. Somewhere in the United States, October 31st, 2001, 1800 hours, 43 minutes.
So? They'll be on Shadow Island in about an hour.
Carnby's a loose cannon, but we had no real choice. And the professor?
Professor Eileen Sedrak is convinced that Obed Morton is her... We had no trouble persuading her.
I must have those tablets in their translation. Is that clear, Johnson?
Perfectly, sir.
Miss Sedrak? Eileen? Wake up.
What? Oh, sorry. Excuse me.
Here. You'll probably need this. Do you have your radio?
Yes, I have it.
Eileen, when we get to the island, for your safety, you'd better stay close to me.
My safety? Is there any danger? I was hired to authenticate the translation of the Apcanis stones. I will be working with Professor Morton.
My best friend died because of those tablets. He was killed on Shadow Island. And I swear I'm gonna find whoever did it.
I'm very sorry. Listen, I know Professor Morton's reputation. He's a scientist, a great researcher.
Well, to me, he's just another suspect. We're getting close. Shadow Island.
What was that?
That doesn't look good.
The controls are dead. Put that on. We have to jump. Go!
So yeah, this mission's off to a great start. And that brings you up to speed for what I skipped in the other version. We could be either Eileen or Edward Carnby. I'm gonna be Carnby for a couple reasons. One, this is the side I at least know a little bit about, so we won't get stuck immediately. And, as it says there, he owns a double-barreled gun, and I wanna I want to talk about that a little bit, because it's an interesting thought. But here's Carnby, here's his coat. He's a lot less pixelated in this version. You can actually tell that he's a damn human being. Got a flashlight we can turn on and off. You can freely aim the flashlight with the stick whenever the flashlight's on. So you can actually look around and point at things with the flashlight so you can get a better look at them. Over here in our inventory, you'll notice something odd about Carnby's gun. It's a revolver with 2 barrels and 2 cylinders. These, to the best of my knowledge, have existed. They're not great, but they do exist. And the reason why I'm drawing so much attention to it in this game is because every time you fire Carnby's gun, it will take 2 rounds of ammunition. So I highly advise against wasting ammo, because you'll be wasting it at a much higher rate. But if we pop on over here, I can demonstrate why I was a little bit confused about his interaction with the gate that was at the top of the Game Boy Color version. There's actually a couple oddities here. Like the creepy meat men that kind of appear for a second when the lightning flashes. But there's also a combination lock on this door in every version other than the Game Boy Color version. The lack of this interaction very much confused me when he just said that it was where the aircraft was. And now we're going to get into something else about this version versus the Game Boy Color version that confused the hell out of me.
Carnby, answer me, please.
Aline, are you okay?
How could I be okay? What was that thing? What the heck's going on here?
At the moment, I've got no idea.
Listen, I want out of here, right now.
Look, don't panic. I'll think of something. Where exactly are you?
On the roof of some kind of manor. I nearly got myself killed. I'm really scared. Please do something.
I landed in some woods about 100 yards from the manor. Can you see me?
See you? How could I? Help me.
She makes a
for
good
Christ's
point.
sake. Turn on your flashlight. Okay, I can see you now.
Okay, I see you too. Here's what we'll do. Try and get inside the manor, then find a place to hide. I'll come looking for you.
How long will that take?
I don't know. As little time as I can.
What?
Aline, I'll come for you. And that's a promise.
Hurry.
Yeah, some protector you've been so far, Carnby. You threw her out the damn door of a plane. You lost her at the other side of a goddamn manor house. And now you gotta figure out how to get over there. Yeah, as you can see, we have our gun. We can move around reasonably well with the gun out. We cannot run, and we cannot aim. The main reason I wanted to do the PC version was because you actually have free aiming when you have the gun out in that version, as long as you're holding the right buttons. It didn't really amount to much, but it was just fun. So I wanted to have that fun, silly option available. All in all, thanks to the upscaling I've done in the Dreamcast emulator, this actually looks better than the PC version did. So there's that. Aside from, I think they were slightly better animated when they were talking in the PC version. But, like, look at that dynamic lighting. That's actually pretty damn good, both for a Dreamcast game and for a game from 2001. Like, this game's old enough to goddamn drink at this point. There's some blood on the ground. We should probably check that out. That seems important. That sounds like it's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong there. Oh yeah, he's doing great.
No, don't move. Don't move. Leave me be. I'm gonna did this to you?
This island is a hellhole. Not men. Filthy beasts. Flee. Get out of here any way you can.
How did you get here?
The boat. Last shipment. He shot everyone.
Look, just try to stay calm. You've got a gun. I'm getting you some bullets. I'll go and find help.
Help. But you'll die like everyone else. Run.
I'll be back.
Now, he's just got a key chilling next to him, so we're gonna take that. And we're gonna leave. Because there's not a whole hell of a lot we can do for him anyway. Well, that didn't sound good. We should probably find out what happened there. There's still blood here. Oh. Well, he's gone. There's a dead dog here now instead. So I guess he went down fighting. Whatever the hell these things are. That's not great. So until I did the, 20 or so attempts to get this, to play the cutscenes in the PC version properly, I kept thinking I had to pick up the key after that happened. But it turns out you can pick up the key the first time you see him. So that's a fun little fact for you guys. Needless to say, there's all kinds of great sounds happening. Everything's going well for everybody here. You have to actually open your inventory and use the key. This is your only means of saving, by the way, these charms of saving. So bear that in mind. Do let me know if the audio balance is off at all, because I can actually adjust everything independently in this game. Which is something I thought I needed the PC version for, but I didn't. As you can see, there's more than dogs around here. There's also that. Whatever the hell that is. We're just gonna go ahead and pick up more ammo, and now's about the time we want to be ready for trouble. Because you can hear all that barking. That might be a problem. Some real angry dogs just got loose. And they're just tearing off to do something. But there's also an extra medkit over here. Now, thankfully, Carnby can have his gun and his flashlight ready at the same time. He actually understands how to use such things, instead of just abandoning one for the other. Now, the only other issue I have with this version, and basically every other version there is there's... that's one other thing I'm going to get into before I go too far. There's a lot of versions of this game. There's a PS1 version, there's a PS2 version, there's the Game Boy Color version, the PC version, and the Dreamcast version. I have tried all of them. this is the one that works the best and looks the best of all of the ones I tried. I would have done the PS2 version because it controlled slightly better, but almost every move I made had a weird load delay on it. What is that emote? Neat. An end of that. We're gonna go this way. Because I know this opening bit very, very well at this point, through my extensive testing. It should. This was a series that was more or less running kind of parallel to Resident Evil. I wouldn't necessarily say they were directly trying to compete, because they accomplished some different things. Get off of me. Because while Resident Evil goes more for zombies, this is different. And you'll understand more about why I say it's different as we go along. Put those down so we don't need to deal with them. Hello up there. Is anyone there? Can you see my flashlight? Send help. SOS. No? Nothing? Just gonna stare at me? Okay. Fuck you then. So yeah, that thing's a problem. Where'd it go? There it is. Get off of me! Now, you might have noticed that that thing was becoming invisible. It's not actually invisible. There's a very different problem at foot with that. I'm not sure if the music's stuck or if it's supposed to be doing that, but I'm gonna knock that down a little bit, because that was getting real loud. The effects are okay. I did not have this happen, but I also did not go this far in this version. Oh, there we go. Something just fell in the water. Yeah, why not? Go ahead and turn that. That'll drain the water out in there. Because, for example, scenes like the water draining would not play in the PC version. You'd hear the sounds, but you just get a black screen. There were fixes for it, but no matter how many different fixes I tried, my specific setup just did not play ball with it. You want to take your time shooting at these, and wait for them to be fully solid again before you fire. Because as far as I can tell, they don't actually take damage till they're solid again. I wasted a lot of ammunition learning that lesson. So I'll go ahead and just give you guys that one for free. You right off. Probably gonna want to heal. Those guys were doing a number on me. Of course, go in the inventory, use a med kit. It'll be bright as rain. That little pulse you see on the right is, of course, our health. it'll change color as you get worse off and move at a different speed. And this is as far as I tested, so... I have played more of this game once upon a time in the PC version back when it actually worked. So there may also be some differences that may come up at some point. But I don't remember anything past this point particularly well, so it's going to be all surprises from here. But yeah, to put it in perspective, the original Alone in the Dark was on things such as the 3DO. And there was also a DOS version. I don't think there were any other versions of the original Alone in the Dark. This, of course, being the 4th game. Oh, come on, bring it on. For those wondering why I'm jumping straight to the 4th game instead of the 1st game, 1, the 1st game plays and looks really rough. 2, a lot of people I've seen have played the 1st game. And a handful of people played the 2nd game. 3rd game doesn't really get that much love for kind of decent reasons, to the best of my knowledge, and this one, I don't think I've ever seen anybody play. So, that's why I decided to just go ahead and jump into this one. Because it's not a bad game. It's just got a lot of issues with the various versions of it. The console versions being the least problematic for the most part. We don't need the flashlight on in here. The only real issue I'm going to run into is I have to use the D-pad to move. I can't use the stick because the stick is used for moving the flashlight around. It just gets mildly uncomfortable after a long amount of time. So sessions of this probably aren't going to be crazy long. They won't be like 8-hour sessions, like some games will be. And that was the other reason why I was kind of wanting to do the PC version, because at the very least, using arrow keys, I'm a little more comfortable using. Because I grew up playing games using the arrow keys. And I used the D-pad extensively back in the day as well, don't get me wrong about that. I just prefer the arrow keys for movement, because the D-pad is very small and digs into my finger when I start pressing too hard. Whereas the arrow keys are bigger than my fingers. So, can't really dig in as badly. But it's a minor issue. And compared to non-functional cutscenes, this is fine. Anything interesting in there, actually? Got some cans. Some boxes. Got some more cans. Got some more boxes. Not really anything to note in there. Jugs. Oh, hello! Triple-barreled shotgun. I missed that the first time I played this game. I didn't know that was there. Because I didn't actually look down when I first played this game. And let me tell you, trying to get through the first, half of this game with just the pistol, man, does it suck. Because I was getting shotgun shells, and I'm like, the fuck? Where's the shotgun? Where's my shotgun? And I then looked it up later and realized, oh, the shotgun was 7 miles back, and I'm sad now. I'd literally gotten myself stuck because of the fact that I had no ammo and could do basically nothing at that point. Aside from run for my life.
No.
Da-da-da. But in reality, there's a key. Key is what we want. Now, if anybody's expecting me to actually get scared by any of that nonsense, you've come to the wrong man. Okay, so he's still getting supplied by the Boston University. They know that he's over here, Mr. Obed Morton. Then again, it's well known that Shadow Island is a property owned by his family. Oh, wait, yeah, that's actually a good point. I should show you guys something. This is not what I'm supposed to be showing you. What the hell is this? It's off my screen. There it is. Fisk's notebook. Fisk being the other investigator who perished on this island, who was Carnby's friend. This is everything Fisk learned about the current situation. My interest in Shadow Island goes back to the period when I worked for Bureau 713. The director, Christopher Lamb, gave me the case investigating Obed Morton, a young anthropology professor born on the island. Obed Morton, the island, and the Apcanis Amerindians, and a number of events of varying drama all seemed to somehow be linked by some dark secret. Bureau 713 was officially charged with observation, containment, and undermining of small groups of communists and their sympathizers who were acting or likely to act within the territory of the United States. Bearing, of course, in mind when this is taking place, the Cold War was still a thing. So this is why communists are such a relevant factor. However, I quickly understood that Christopher Lamb had a, let us say, more personal idea of the Bureau's mission. Lamb, a mysterious and manipulative character, seemed to be almost obsessed with the occult, the paranormal, and magic. I can't say that I've ever really understood his true objectives, but the reports that were sent to him, and which sometimes came through my desk, were more often concerned with a group of Satanists here or there, or such and such a sacrifice, or even this or that voodoo bewitchment, than about the movements of the communist agent saboteurs that finally proved so inoffensive. The Bureau 713 itself seemed to develop up this atmosphere of mystery. Everything became compartmentalized. We were cut off from one another. Contacts between agents themselves were becoming rare. However, the means at Lamb's disposition seemed bottomless. I can't believe that Lamb could have carried out such sweeping operations without some support from very high places. The number and diversity of the cases we were taking up didn't stop rising during the 5 years I spent at the Bureau. It was in 78, during my last 6 months there, that Lamb asked me to write up a report on Obed Morton. The man had what it takes to arouse interest. As you can see there, he was working there from, I think it's 1978? 1973 to 1978, which is why I bring up the Cold War and everything. That's all kind of tied in and relevant to the era this guy wrote everything down in. Current things taking place, of course, in 2001. The last child of one of the most powerful families of the Boston aristocracy, Morton was one of the youngest professors at Massachusetts. At 24, he had written a brilliant doctorate. His studies on the Apcanis tribe are remarkable for their clarity and profundity. Very quickly, however, his scientific work seemed to get infected with a personal involvement that undermined his objectivity. During one of his classes, he shared with his students the fabulous archaeological discoveries that his grandfather, Jeremy Morton, had made on Shadow Island, a Morton family possession since the beginning of the 19th century. A few years later, to a packed floor of half-amused, half-worried colleagues, he gave a demonstration of the magical properties of charm he had found in the island's system of tunnels. He was persuaded that the charm enabled the wearer to retain a precise and clear memory of the events he lived. More than once he evoked the world of darkness, a kind of hell on earth which, if we believe him, is the origin of all evil that has come to the world since the arrival of modern man. His work his whole work in the last few years for the university has been consecrated to the translation. I feel like that should have been concentrated, not consecrated, but maybe that's a use of the word that I'm not familiar with. To the translation of ancient symbols on a few pieces of bark. All this was the cause of a fierce argument I had with Lamb. I failed to see what this Obed Morton and the Shadow Island had to do with the Bureau's mandate. Lamb immediately demanded my resignation and obligated me to sign a ridiculously strict contract of confidentiality. The talking down that followed contained more threats than advice. That led me to do a little investigating of my own into Lamb. The least one can say is that he has covered his tracks. Christopher Lamb was born in 1938 in Kassa, Hungary. When his father was shot for war crimes in 1946, his family emigrated into the United States with a borrowed name. A powerful network, including many of his father's old friends, gave him a lift up in the ranks in a number of para-government agencies specializing in the fight against communism. In 1971, he became director of the highly secret Bureau 713. The Bureau was involved in a number of dodgy operations, black ops stuff in American territory, but also in a number of friendly countries. Surrounding himself with a personal guard of ultra-nationalist militants, Lamb became a veritable state within a state. He was untouchable. The congressmen who had been calling for the closure of Bureau 713 after the fall of the Berlin Wall seemed to have given up. Rumors talk of pressure on them and their families. Lamb was the victim of a suicide attack by a left-wing activist. As a souvenir, he is paralyzed at the neck, as shown by the man we saw talking to Johnson, who was the one who gave the Shadow Island task to Fisk in the first place. How he had that collar around his neck to keep him stable. It's just a hypothesis, but it seems to me that Lamb and Obed Morton got in touch about the tablets the billionaire had used at his conferences. Morton has been known to associate them with a kind of apocalypse in which the darkness will walk the earth. No doubt Lamb saw in it another opportunity to increase his power. From this time, I have kept only a charm. I know nothing of its role or significance. Presumably, that charm is the charm of saving we started the game with. And of course, we have a map of Shadow Island, such as it is. As you can see, it's just a tiny little fucking rock in the middle of the ocean. Somewhere. Not exactly a big place. Pretty much completely covered by the manor grounds. But as mentioned, there are extensive tunnels underneath it. So that's going to be a concern as well. But now you guys know as much as I do about the current situation and the players involved. Yeah, sure, let's take a look through the hole. Okay, I see a light. I see a doorway. I see a whole lot of nothing useful. I'm not really sure why looking through this is an option. But I wonder, will something happen if I look through it again? Huh. I honestly expected a scare or something to happen, not nothing. Mildly disappointing. One of these two needs to be opened by the gilded key we picked up, presumably. Oh, that answers that. Huh? Ah, there's a glass door.
Carnby, answer me.
Aline, I thought you were dead.
I did too. I'm not cut out for this kind of place. I want this to stop right now.
I understand.
You understand? You understand? You don't understand anything. I don't know what you, Johnson, or Professor Morton want of me, but I'm asking for this nightmare to stop right now.
Aline, get a grip on yourself. Where are you?
In some room. But I can't get to you. One of the doors is locked, and I can crack the other one, but there's some heavy object blocking it. When I think it's Obed Morton who locked me in here, and I wanted to help him.
Don't move. I'll come free you.
Is that the best you can do?
Yes, that's the best I can do.
Well, okay then. Hurry up.
What else do you think we're gonna be able to do, lady? I can't just magic you out of this goddamn place. Oh, joy. I don't know what this shimmy he's doing at me is, but I don't like it. I'm gonna put a stop to that right now. I feel like these sound effects are getting louder. I'm gonna bump those down a step. If they get too quiet, let me know. Old works of geology. Charm of saving. Lights back on. Rumpy's got some heavy damn boots. Then again, it's really quiet in here. And hardwood floors are loud. I do appreciate that they actually took the time to make sure that the carpet made your footsteps sound different. That's actually a really good touch for a game of this age. And I could be running, but let's be real. Where am I? Where do I have to be, you know? I know I need to go help Eileen, but she said she's in a room. And anybody care to guess how helpful that information is? I'll give you 3 guesses. Not at all, and fucking not in the slightest. But it's a safe bet that she's on the 2nd floor, considering she came in through the roof. Unless she made serious progress, I think I found what room she's stuck in. I suspect this is the heavy object that's in front of her door.
Hey, I can hear you. Can you see what's blocking the door?
I think it's just a chest of drawers.
Well, then push it aside.
Yeah, you know, let's just push this entire chest of drawers. That won't be a problem at all. That's easy, right? I mean, it was actually fairly easy, but point being, not a light object. Hi. Where'd your coat go?
Last. I want you to tell me what's going on.
Wish
don't
I
know
knew.
yet, but I do love your new outfit. Makes you look less, you know...
Yes, I know.
Here, I got your stuff.
Thanks. What about my jacket?
Whoever locked you up in here probably thought it matched his hair. Listen, I should never have agreed to let you come along.
I have my own reasons for being here. Were you able to talk with Obed Morton?
No, were you?
I'm not so sure. I have this feeling that there's more than one Obed Morton.
It's way too dangerous. We have to find a safe place for you where you can hide and wait for me.
Listen, Carnby. You know as well as I do that the safest place is at least 2 hours away by plane. I haven't done too bad up till now, and I sure don't intend to spend whatever time I have left doing nothing. I want to know. Just before, I heard this voice above us. There's a trap door. If you help me, I can reach it.
Why not stick together?
You and I don't have the same goals. Remember what you told me in the plane. Come on, give me a hand.
What if I were to say no?
You're not the type to say no.
She's got you there. You've been agreeing to a lot of stupid shit along the way so far. What's one more? Also, how did she reach that? Just off a boost off of my head? How the hell did she reach all the way up there? Maybe I'm crazy, but that's pretty fucking high. So I guess maybe we boosted her onto the shelf and then she went from the shelf up? I could believe that. But that wasn't shown. She just literally hopped up my shoulders and fucking poof, gone. Magic. Fucking magic. Actually. Anything interesting hidden in the dark? Doesn't look like it. Doesn't help that my flashlight's clipping into it all, of course. A lot of dusty old books. Skull, candle. Looks like some maps or something rolled up in the middle there. And some more books up top. Probably nothing we can use. Okay. Yeah, it just keeps focusing on the old Indian man. Oh, we found a book. January 13th, 1963. Today I am 10 years old and Mummy fell off her horse. She says she saw a big shadow jump up in front of her, which made Sultan rear up. Daddy made a doctor come from the mainland. He says Mummy won't ever walk or see anymore. I wonder what it's like to be blind. I try closing my eyes, but it's not the same, because I know I can open them again. Grandpa Jeremy made a new machine. It's not like all the other ones. It doesn't do much of anything. But it is very funny. You can make photographs that move with it. He told me again never to go near the gate. When I said that Obed and I discovered it when we were playing in the ruins of the fort, he got really angry. I know Grandpa Jeremy can open it up. Maybe someday he'll show me. Okay, so this isn't Obed Morton that wrote this. This is presumably either a friend or a brother, I would assume, of Obed. June 21st, 1973. Grandpa Jeremy died this morning. Father's sorrow doesn't seem great. Grandpa Jeremy never told me how to open the gate. When I asked him, he told me that if my desire was true, then I would find a way. Father has forbidden us from going to the fort. He has even changed the combination of the lock on the gate on the bridge. So that's what that gate is. Okay. Okay. Checking Discord. Don't mind me. If only he realized. Father is afraid of the creatures of darkness, I'm certain of it. He is a coward. He doesn't trust the weapons Grandpa Jeremy made. He said we're going to leave the island and that it was time we started living a normal life. I think Mother agrees with him. I don't want to live anywhere but here. The world of men revolts me with all its triviality. Their preoccupations are so crude. Man is so vain. Grandpa left me a letter and half a photograph of us in front of the gate. I can't even remember when he took it. There's a number written on the back, but I can do nothing with it. It's not the code of the control board in the library. Okay, the fact that that's in red means I probably need to remember that. Why are they all so afraid of the shadows of the night? I know one day I will learn to speak their language. I know that one day I will pass into the world of darkness. And then, nobody will be able to tell me what I can or can't do, or what is good and what is evil. April 18th, 1992. It's a big day. The construction of my laboratory is nearly finished. I really need it to open up new vistas for my research. Obed is terrorized. But what can this pale reflection of a man understand? Huh. So Obed was doing a lot of research, but apparently this other gentleman has done much different, more complex research. The Lords of Darkness are with me. By digging the underground gallery that leads to the tunnel to the sacrificial chapel, I have discovered another way to get to the gate. The way they keep capitalizing gate, I don't think they mean the metal gate we saw by the bridge. Or at least that's not the only gate involved here. So I won't have to clear Grandpa Jeremy's path that my idiot father made inaccessible. As soon as I get my hands on that translation, I'm so impatient. And let's hope that Edenshaw doesn't get it into his head to start telling me how to behave again. I've never understood his real motivations. Grandpa Jeremy held him in high esteem. But I know he's on the wrong side of the shadow, that when the moment comes, he will try everything to stop me from succeeding. I know that when the time comes, I'll have to neutralize him. Him too. March 2nd, 1995. I've just reread a few pages of my notebook, and I realized just how right I've always been. Father should never have gotten between us and our destiny. But in the end, he has been much more helpful to me than he would have ever believed. I have made great progress in the translation of the tablets. A new world is going to open before me. It bothers me little that Obed profits from my accomplishments in order to win himself honors in high society. One day my brother will find a wife and have children. Then what? Then he will return to Shadow Island to fulfill his fate. I don't have the luxury of all that time to waste. We live in immense danger. But what of it? We Mortons have lived with danger for over a century. We have mastered it and learned how to tame it. Obed is a sniveling coward, just like the others. Grandpa Jeremy left me several leads, but I still don't understand why he never confided the secret of the gate to me. No doubt he thought that I didn't deserve it. I still need raw materials. Those I used for my initial experiments are rotting. Barely good enough to drop in pickling formalin. So probably dead bodies. The storms the storms too are too infrequent. Obed met somebody that could resolve my supply problems. I've made so much progress since my last attempt. Oh, Father, I never would have believed that you would one day be so close to divinity. Perfect fusion is within my grasp. So he did something with his father's body. July 8th, 2000. While I was foraging through Obed's affairs, I found definitive proof that he's not only betrayed me, but the whole Morton family history. The letter Lamb sent him leaves me in no doubt. More raw materials, but this time fresh. So Obed might not be the problem. Well, he's part of the problem. But the fact that he sent out information might also be a sign that he's trying to get help himself. And that his brother is the problem. Yeah, this is the door we opened. This door's useless to us. Anything else in here? Ooh, what are these? Acrobat statue. And a dictaphone.
I have always wondered about the circle of stones located in the moors. When I would ask Edenshaw about it, he always remained very vague. I now think it's some kind of ritual calendar used to determine various astronomical events. I have started building a planetarium that will be used in conjunction with the circle of stones. All this seems linked to the gate, to the opening of the gate, and to the ritual of the 7 statues. Edenshaw was very surprised. It seems he had not thought them related. I therefore talked him into performing the ritual of his ancestors. I know his weakness and how to use it. He wanted to convince me of his powers as a witch doctor. Even he acted out of pride. I recorded him while he spoke the sacred words of his tribe. He was standing before one of the steels, and the direction in which he pronounced the incantation seemed an important part of the ritual. But nothing happened. The time has not yet come, is what he said, justifying himself.
So that's probably what that first bit was. Let's go ahead and eject that cassette. I presume that we're going to need that cassette player open separately. It doesn't look like we got the item. Ah, so this is acknowledged as Alan Morton's diary. Okay. So now we have a name to put to the other brother. That door's sealed. Is this mirror a door as well? It is. You can't fool me. It is so dark down there that pointing my flashlight at it does nothing. Right, going down gun drawn. Oh, a lot less oppressive dark down here. That's not a doorway. Okay. Yeah, as you can see, this plays with tank controls. So, expect me to fumble now and then. Dealing with problems. Okay. Bunch of machinery and lab equipment and such. Looks like we're not getting in there till we can do something about these boards, though. As you can see a board nailed in up there and down there. Now, I say nailed in. I don't really see any nails, but we're just going to imagine that there's nails. And I'm going to allow that to thwart me for now. I can only assume the game does not intend us to go through that door yet. Do chime in if any of the audio balance seems off, like if anything's too quiet or anything's too loud. Guess we'll go back out into the main room now that we've sent Eileen on our way. We didn't check the rest of the rooms on this floor, or even on the other floor yet. Some of these has to lead somewhere, right? Though I'm sure most of these are going to be locked. You know, these secret doors are very clever till you see the things sticking out of them. They really should have hid the door handles for these a little better. Like, we know that this is a secret door because we came in from that. And of course, going out the front door is probably pointless, but let's see if we can unlock it. Just for shits and giggles. Nope. Even though we're on the inside, we can't unlock it for the reasons. Just get rid of that Discord notification just so it's not floating there the whole time. There we go. Presumably, this door must lead somewhere. Considering we're running out of doors. Nope, that door's locked too. Interesting. Don't have any keys. We've only got a statue. How's our map look? This is the map, by the way. The map's actually pretty good, as you can see. We can cycle through the floors. It'll show you doors you can't and can't open. Green, I believe, are doors we've been through. Orange, I think, is... Like, the lighter orange, I think, is things that can be opened, and dark orange are things that can't be opened at all. Something like that. So we might actually be able to do something with that hidden door that we encountered then. If I'm remembering the color coding correctly, because it doesn't actually tell you what the color coding means at all. It's also this, though. This leads somewhere? Aha! Found a thing. I found a man. Man has pants.
I know who you are and what you have come looking for. I was expecting you.
Just stay where you are. Don't move an inch. Who are you?
They call me Edenshaw. I am the guardian of this island.
The Guardian? Guardian of what? And what are all these monsters? What the heck's going on here?
Professor Morton has definitely crossed the threshold.
Look, can't you spell it out? What is this mess?
My weakness is to blame. I let children play with powers way beyond their grasp. But the legends were not wrong. You have come to us. My only hope is that it is not too late.
This is all Greek to me.
It will become clear soon enough. Go to the library. The books withhold many a secret. Also, take this charm. It will prevent you from falling into oblivion with all the others. Go, fulfill your destiny. Save us.
Wait. I didn't come here to fool around. I came to investigate Fisk's death.
I do not know who you are talking about.
Charles Fisk. 50-ish, about 6'1", graying hair.
I still do not know who that is. You see, nobody's come to Shadow Island for months now.
Okay, that's about enough of this. Oh, God.
Ah, more charms of saving. Okay. We should probably use one of those at this point. We've done a lot and haven't saved it at all. There's my test save. We'll go and just overwrite that. Well, somebody just had a bad time. Did Edenshaw die? Was he the one who screamed? Might have. Old man? Which door did you go through, man? Might have been that one. Could have been that one. I'd have locked it behind him. Who can say? So when I said that this doesn't go as much into zombies, yeah, that wasn't entirely true. There are zombies. It's not the Resident Evil kind of zombies. These are durable bastards too. Hold that thought. Oh, I'm running out of handgun bullets. That's what I was afraid was happening. Go ahead and equip the shotgun. See how this does on them. Yep, that gets rid of them. Okay. They just take a lot of shots to get rid of. Get off my head! We don't know each other that way. There we go. Yeah, and as with the pistol, you'll notice that this triple barrel shotgun takes 3 shells per shot. So ammo is a constant issue. So you really don't want to be fighting more than you have to, but those guys were blocking the hallway. We really didn't have that much choice. I'm gonna switch back to the pistol so I don't waste my remaining shells. But I'm very low on pistol ammo, so I gotta start being careful. Further hostility is ill-advised at the moment. There's something shining over there. Yeah, that's how that works, by the way. Things you can pick up will sparkle when you point the flashlight at them. Well, things you can interact with in general, really. Ah, crowbar. That'll solve our boarded up door problem. Probably whack something with it, too, if I'm lucky. Shadow Island, April 12th, 1905. I, the undersigned Richard Morton, being sound mind and body, declare this document to be my last will and testament. Let no other take its place. Archibald, my son, the mission I undertook many long years ago is still vast and incomplete. I expect you and your descendants to strive without respite for its completion. To this end, I bequeath you my goods and chattels, my estate, and all it contains. Let Deserto guide you. He will tell you what to do and how to do it, Archibald. I have seen doubt cloud your youthful eye. Sometimes your glance betrays your disapproval. Indeed, I have sacrificed human life. But name me the conquest without sacrifice. Indeed, I have defiled almost every commandment in the Bible. But isn't morality always the first casualty of progress? What worth do a few miserable lives have compared to the immense discoveries, the enormous, unprecedented advances I have made? Archibald, I know you are no coward. I know that with Deserto's help, you will go far. Much further than I ever did. You will be the one to venture into the unknown. You will set the foundations for a new humanity. I know that because of us, the Morton name will shine with the light of 1,000 stars in the great pantheon of history. My detractors will become the laughingstock of generations to come. Thanks to you and the confidence I have in Deserto, our destiny will be fulfilled. Thus do I leave this world in peace. My library is my life's work. I wanted it to be a hexagon, the perfect form of 6 equilateral triangles representing the universe. It is a repository for the centuries of human knowledge, worthless every word of it. 10 centuries of empty, hollow treatises, 10 black centuries of ignorance, vain and stupid reflections that remind us each day how vile and petty the human spirit is. 10 centuries and not one mention of the world of darkness. I understand now that humanity has let its destiny go by. However, 4 works are worth saving. 4 works contain the true key. I have discovered a symbol that represents the worlds of darkness and of light. 2 entities in equilibrium, one above the other. The one does not exist without the other. 2 triangles juxtaposed in opposition, the one clear, the other dark. I placed the 4 books vertically in the space in the library representing this symbol. The symbol thus crosses the library from one side to the other. The first is placed the highest, the second is opposite. Light, darkness, darkness, light. So the first one is at the top at one end, the second one is at the bottom at the opposite end, the third is across from it, and the fourth is in the opposite position from the third. Okay. Afghanis Amerindians, A Link Between Two Humanities. This book is the result of research that I embarked upon more than 20 years ago. I am aware that the theories, ideas, and truths expounded herein have already engendered great hostility, not only from my colleagues but also from anthropological and ethnological scientists who are more distantly related to my field. I know that history will prove me right. It is this conviction that drives me onwards on this narrow, treacherous path I've chosen to take. My passion for Afghanis culture, language, and civilization started at a very young age. I owe this passion to 2 men. Firstly, to my grandfather, Jeremy Morton, who was a physician, mathematician, astronomer, philosopher, and magician, as well as a misunderstood genius. By the will of God, may mankind one day pay him the homage that is his due. Secondly, to Joseph Aidenshaw, who entered my grandfather's service in 1920. He may have been my tutor, but he was like a father to me. He may have also been my master, but he was also my faithful servant. To my knowledge, he is the last living representation of the great Afghanis civilization. I am deeply grateful to them both. May Heckenshires bathe them both with his sweet eternal light. That's a hell of a name. My detractors have often reproached me for elaborating the theories from which my convictions spring on the basis of limited, fragmentary, and unreliable sources. It is true to say that up until now, the material I have provided to feed my critics' curiosity is scant. 3 engraved stones and several dozen photos of inscriptions taken from the walls of grottos found on an island off the coast of Boston. Champollion, however, persuaded the world of his convictions with only the Rosetta Stone. On the basis of my evidence, I can confirm that a highly evolved form of Afghanis civilization with a complex writing system appeared in the northeast of what is now the United States 15,000 years ago. This civilization has a rich history that is more extensive than even our Judeo-Christian civilization. Unlike other human civilizations, it never sought to extend its territories to conquer others or migrate. It should not be forgotten in this respect that the word Afghanis itself means guardian in their language. Since my first publications on the subject appeared in certain specialist reviews of limited circulation, articles have appeared which claim the Afghanis are the descendants of a race of extraterrestrial origin. This discredited my research greatly, and I feel compelled to say that such rantings are completely unfounded. The Afghanis are anything but extraterrestrials. Apkana's society was not organized around the family unit, but on a community structure. From the age 12, Apkana's men and women both embark, without sexual discrimination, on the same initiation rituals which last 12 long years. At the end of their initiation, they are accorded the status of guardian. It is at this point that different religious, military, and household functions are attributed. The Apkanas were cave dwellers, however, or their religion was not based on fire, but on light. They developed an elaborate pantheon of divinities which became the cornerstone of their daily life. The magic of light. Ancient Apkanas religious worship was expressed through a set of different magical rituals in which light was central. It also appears that their designated enemies were forms of demons from hell that they called Drakar Ani, or creatures of darkness. It is probable that this marvelous Apkanas writing system, the deciphering of which I'm still grappling with today, was perfected to determine specific roles for each ritual. Many questions remain unanswered, in particular how their writing operated. For most known civilizations, writing was first invented for commercial exchange, for listing possessions, or for establishing contracts. The Apkanas' one single preoccupation, however, seemed to have been their role as guardian. Guardian of what, though, and against whom? These are both questions which I think I will never find satisfactory answers. I mean, the answer's kind of right there in front of you. They're guardians against the creatures of darkness, by your own implication. In your own research, that seems like that's the case. Presumably creatures of darkness being things like those weird spindly boys we've been fighting. I'm nearing our goal. Ewini dar akam el drosti. Alan is so impatient. What passion and what madness. Atar den teren ol Bagdan. Clarity must sometimes live in darkness, for from darkness light may spring. In Tor Rotogangar ar el Driu. It appears that the ritual must take place upon a precise date. Inheritors, guardians, rituals, gate, danger. I never cease to be amazed by the richness of this language. I pity those fools who could only look on me and mock. Where do those transcriptions of Grandpa Jeremy come from? Where did he find the inscriptions? Why did he never take me into his confidence? Alan has come up with an incredible theory. I must find out if it's true. Water from a deep source revives the man who thinks he's dead. Alan was right again. I know, he will always be better than me. As the text takes shape, its revelations become more terrifying. Beyond this threshold, the sun has never shone. He who has crossed it has never returned. This gate was built by man from Firestone, so that the shadows will always dwell in night. Man sealed this gate with his blood, as the gods did order him. Man has not conquered the shadow. The gate brings no victory. It merely chokes the flow. A curse on he who opens it once more. My God, what are we doing? The last witch doctor will destroy the world of darkness. May humanity forgive us. Okay, so there's a portal of some description down below somewhere, and that leads to the world of darkness. The world of darkness presumably being where all those creatures are coming from then. And we have, of course, had issues with this in the past. That one's scampering off, so let's focus on fighting... Or not. Did they just leave? I mean, I wouldn't have minded if they just left. I'm just confused. Painting of a shaman casting an incantation. A luminous sphere floats in front of him. Okay, he's making magic. Good for him. First aid kit in the cabinet. Good. Great, we're going to need a lot of first aid. Now the thing is, those creatures that spawned in are definitely going to jump me at some point. We both know this. We all know that they're going to just pop out somewhere and go, haha, I'm going to bite you. And it's going to be annoying. Okay, that's just Obed's diary. And I guess you can tell the difference between who's writing things based on whether it's got an O or an A on it. Oh, this door can be unlocked from this side. This leads... this is the door we were trying to open before. Okay, so that'll loops around. All things considered, given our ammo situation, I should probably re-equip the shotgun since we know we're going to get jumped. Or at least we can assume we're going to get jumped. Enough shells for 2 blasts loaded in here. Or they're not going to jump me in this room because we've come back around to the front. Okay. No idea where they scampered off to then. Zombies are back. That's unfortunate. They're also really loud. That door's locked. Okay. Get off of me! Good day, sir. I see why the path to the other side is available now, because why would we want to deal with the zombies? Ah, Obed Morton's anthropology diploma. He was presented with that in 1978. Okay. No idea if that's significant at all, but it's good background information. Painting mean anything? It does. Picture of Obed in front of the gate. I assume the monumental stone door is the gate that they've been blathering on about. Now, I do know a couple things based on earlier games that I could talk about right now, but I'm not going to for reasons of leaving people to determine things on their own about the earlier games. But even without knowing things from previous games, it's safe to say that solutions from earlier attempts did not work out. Considering this whole gate to the darkness is still a problem. One thing I will mention is Deserto was, I believe, the mansion in the first game. That was such a problem. Now, what I don't know for sure is whether these are the same places. I think these are separate places. But I cannot be quoted on that because I do not know. My last interaction with the first game was years ago. Now, did we actually gain anything for gaining access to other places? Is this painting a thing? It is. Presumably that's a previous Morton. A blank metallic plate. I think I understand what this puzzle is. We need to figure out who these people are and put nameplates to people, probably. This is the one that was working hand in hand with Edenshaw, which I think was... it wasn't Jeremy Morton. Actually, that's either Alan, Jeremy, or the grandfather, I think. I don't think it's Obed. This one's quite recent. He resembles the statue on the first floor. Does the statue on the first floor say anything? Because if the statue on the first floor gives us any information, then that might be the key to the whole thing. Marble bust, quite recent. These two puzzles tie together. So of course it's going to be something Morton. So it's going to be something M, presumably, because it's going to be the initials of the man that this is. So we can either operate on the assumption that the most recent painting is of Alan Morton, or it's Obed Morton. So we've got a 50-50 chance. Because one of the two would be the most recent Morton. And the most recent Morton would, of course, be the most recent portrait. Is it saying that because I got it wrong, or is it saying that because I'm not allowed to do it without knowing the answer for sure? And yes, this is as fast as this goes. Either I'm barking up the wrong tree, or... Yeah, it might just be that I'm not allowed to do that yet. I might also be wrong. I would hazard to say it's a safe bet that it is one of the Mortons, which means the second letter has to be M. But we might just not be intended to do anything with that yet. Oh, this clock is a thing. I kept trying to get at this clock because I was convinced it was a thing, and... Well, it is, but it isn't a thing. Where the hell are we supposed to be going? Because we've gone through this whole section here. So it looks like there might be stairs there? Did we go down any stairs on that end? Yes we did. But we didn't follow them to the top for one reason or another. There's also that basement room we can go in now. The spooky dark room that had the boarded up room. We can go in there now, presumably thanks to the crowbar. So let's go check that out, I guess. Since that seems like it would lead to something important. For better or worse. And of course, as I said on Twitter, I could have made a whole big to-do about the fact that this is 1 year of me streaming, but I didn't realize 1 year was coming up so quick. I didn't really plan anything special, which is why we're just kind of continuing to do what I do instead of anything new or different. What do you mean the crowbar can't be used here? There's clearly boards on this door that need to not be here, and you're telling me that the crowbar is not the answer to that. Is the crowbar just for crates, then? Yep, it's a steel crowbar. And it definitely can't be used here. Okay, hang on. Who would call Elaine?
Aline?
Right here. How's it going?
I met someone called Edenshaw.
And what'd you find out?
He knows a lot more than he's saying. He says he never saw Fisk, the friend I told you about.
What do you make of that?
One of two things. Either he's telling the truth, and Johnson and his men are total bastards, or else he's lying, which means he's just one more suspect.
What if Fisk came here, but decided not to show himself? What if he just stayed hidden?
No, that's no good. I know how Fisk operates, and he would have had to ask questions.
But maybe he never had time to.
What do you mean?
The monsters, the creatures...
But Fisk died of a bullet to the heart.
Oh, I see. Or actually, I don't see. I'll go looking for Obed Morton. He has the answers to our questions.
I'm starting to think otherwise.
Considering some of the stuff we read, I'm inclined to agree with Carnby here that Obed's not going to have all the answers. We need to find Alan. Alan Morton seems to be the brains of the outfit here. We need to talk to him. Probably at gunpoint, because he's a little bit nutty. And I don't think he's going to play ball with us. He's probably going to be much more inclined to either chant a ritual or try to send some creepy monster to bite our face off. Or both. Might summon some creepy monster to bite my face off. Well, we've got a secret door that said it was sealed shut. Maybe we can use the crowbar on that? I might be barking up the wrong tree, as I mentioned before, about trying to open doors with the crowbar. But this is the only other one I can try it on, so we may as well try it. Nope. Okay, so the crowbar, I presume, is just for opening containers, then. Which means we probably should go back in the room we got it in, because there was a bunch of crates in there. Unless this door is magically somehow open. Nope. Okay. There's also the simple fact that we saw those two monsters scamper off while we were in that room, and that whole situation was unresolved. The fact that they appeared meant nothing. Which is weird. Okay, so Obed's the one with the beard. Professor Morton's presentation immediately triggered passionate outbursts from the specialists present in the audience. For several years, Obed Morton, a world-renowned specialist in the history of Native Americans, has devoted himself to researching all available data about one tribe, the Epcanis, of whom there is no living ancestral trace. Until today, Professor Morton has kept his research top secret. All we know about this research is that it received considerable financial backing from the Institute of Ethnology in Boston, as well as a significant slice of Obed Morton's own legendary family fortune. His research activity has been monumental, and it would take too long to detail the hypotheses and evidence laid down by Obed Morton. The thrust of the eminent ethno-linguist's argument is that around 12,000 BC, the Epcanis tribe conceived a highly developed, complex writing system through the combination of signifying symbols. These astounding findings challenge not only our knowledge of North American Indian culture, but also what we know about the origins of languages and writing. Several specialists in the field present at the historic conference spoke out immediately against the professor's theories. For our part, we merely state that a work of these proportions is beyond the scope of one man alone. All the same, that is exactly what Professor Morton claims. Well, they kind of hit the nail on the head a little bit there. It's more than just one man working on this. They just don't acknowledge the other man. He's been hiding in the shadows, not wanting to be known. There's also this acrobat statue we got. We still don't know what the hell that means or what to do with it. These are all documents we read already, I believe. Yes. Can I use the crowbar on these boxes? Nope. Okay. Oh. Hang on, I just had an idea. An amphora filled with water. What do we have that can contain water? Morton's flask. We can fill the flask with water. I don't know. I just kind of did it because I realized I could. Can I look at this thing? No. Ask the thing. Is it real? Real ugly. But apparently not real in that I can touch it. So that's a thing. I suppose really it's not a thing, but eh. Okay, so we gained one thing, and that is we filled a flask with water. Not really sure how that's supposed to help us. But maybe there's more radio interactions while we're here.
Carnby?
Yes, I think I located Obed Morton's office.
Ah.
I've been looking for it for the past half hour.
It's on the ground floor. I'll check it out and call you if I find anything of interest.
We kind of did find some stuff of interest, but maybe I'm on the wrong screen for him to acknowledge them? Is this, I presume, is what he's saying is Obed Morton's office, is this section over here. Let's see if we can get her to talk about anything else.
Aline?
Nope, she's not answering her phone anymore. Okay. That probably means this area is a wash as far as dialogue goes. Now, we have no new keys. We have a crowbar. We have a canteen full of water. That's about it. And the acrobat statue. There's no notable things about it. Aside from it's a man either holding up a bench or doing a handstand on a bench. Could be either. Really doesn't matter which one to us at the moment. We have a combine option, but I don't really think any of the stuff we have is worth combining. But I think that magazine confirms that this is Obed Morton. But presumably we can't interact with this until we prove with the panels who the Mortons are up here. Which I think this is then Obed Morton. Because of the similarities between the two. Because this one looks too different from the magazine picture. So I would assume this to either be Alan or one of the older Mortons. Since he's shown pictured with Edenshaw, it could be Jeremy Morton. Just a much younger painting of Jeremy Morton, since he was the one who hired on Edenshaw and worked most closely with Edenshaw. Aside from the ones Edenshaw taught. But there's enough fiddly information to this that it's hard to guarantee which one's true. And without having the nameplates on hand and know which options I have, I can't really determine this yet. I'm also slightly at a loss for where to currently go. We now know that the basement room we can't actually get to. But what's that bright light on the map? That's supposed to be a hint. We may want to check that. Because maybe there's something in there we missed. It looks like it's indicating this room over here. Wrong button. Yeah, we're currently in this room now. We're standing basically right where that pinpoint of light is. Either the pinpoint of light is a load of shit, which is not surprising, or I'm not understanding what it's trying to tell me. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of anything in here. So we're not going to worry about that right now. Let's see if we get a different reaction out of the radio in here.
Aline?
Nope. We might be out of dialogue with Aline right now. So, let's see. I don't think we went the other way from the zombie room. I think we only went to the right after seeing Edenshaw. And then we never went to the left. So that's probably where I need to be. Just took a minute for my brain to process through everything we've gone through and remember where we haven't been. So we need to go this way. Okay, presumably. zombies, so let's put a pin in going in that room for a second. Just because our ammo is not really up for dealing with zombies at the minute. Well, that helps a little bit. This whole room's carpeted. Carnby's not really handling those stairs very well. Come on, Carnby. Up you go. I know it's a lot of stairs, but come on. Keep it going. Whatever's up here is probably important. There we go. Turn on the lights. Don't like that sound. Don't like that sound at all. I do like this, though. I like the idea of finding a grenade launcher. What is making the awful screechy noises?
Where are you?
In the attic.
I went through there. I saw that there's some sort of trap door on the floor. You'll see it. When you walk on it, it has a hollow sound. I met Edenshaw, the old Indian. He told me he was the last witch doctor. He says he can do something that will stop all this madness. Do you think we can trust him?
I met him too. He seemed to know a lot more than he said. But I don't think we have much of a choice anyhow.
He needs 7 statues to carry out some sort of ritual.
Well, why doesn't he go looking for them?
Can't we help him?
Sure. What do these statues look like?
Well, we've got one, I assume.
They depict some kind of animals, I think.
Oh, well, that narrows it down.
Carnby, I'm sure it's really important.
I know. We'll find his statues for him. But after that, we're going home.
And where is your home?
I don't know yet.
We'll get to that later. Over.
That was a weird tone shift. Presumably the thing making the awful noises is in this door here. Oh, this door's locked. Okay. Oh, not my problem then. Probably should have turned these lights on to begin with, shouldn't I? Oh god, it's actually kind of awful to look at this room with the lights on. I think I liked it better in the dark. There's a ceiling hatch. I don't know if that amounts to anything for me. I feel like I need Eileen for that. Like, I would need to work with her to get anything done with that. Like, throw her up through the hatch. So that might be how she got in the house in the first place. That or the window right here. Can we use this window? I tried to before, but maybe he needed the lights on to do anything. Nope. He still wants nothing to do with the window. Got it. I wanted to see if we could climb out to, like, go in through a different window or something. So it looks like coming up here was ultimately pointless aside from getting the grenade launcher. Which, don't get me wrong, I would never consider getting a grenade launcher to be unhelpful or unproductive. But it did definitely accomplish nothing else. The old-fashioned lighting in this place really does not help make anything more visible whenever you turn these lights on. If anything, I think it might make it harder for me to see anything. Because you keep going from dark to light to dark to light to dark to light everywhere you turn in here. Oh. Blood. That's probably not great. This is probably where we heard the screaming happening. Huh. Am I crazy for thinking that it's kind of odd that this hallway just kind of ends here? Especially with the not quite right shaping to the ending of the room here. This doesn't seem correct in any way, shape, or form. Like, it narrows down and then stops. But this also, the wooden bit in front of me also slants up. It doesn't make a damn bit of sense at all. Yeah, this is the zombie room. Right here. But the map does say that there's just kind of an end point. Huh. Weird. Also, apparently another staircase, like right... Yep, there it is. Hooray, useless stairs. Guess we're going past the zombies. Which is not surprising, but I was hoping to not have to fight them because of ammo concerns. Oh well. Let's see if we can scoot past them then. Not to mention the fact that, you know, these zombies are really fucking loud. Excuse me, sir. Okay. Well, this room's had definitely a few things happen in it. Bullets and some cartridges. Nice. Oh boy, somebody tore this place to hell. It wasn't even me this time. Get off of my head. Well, that's a new concern. God damn it. Get off of me. That's just annoying. Okay, so we know HM is the one that was involved with ships. He's got a model ship in his room. It's a safe bet that there's a connection there. Okay, we've got 90 shotgun shells and 9 in the shotgun. I think we'll be okay using that for a little bit. As needed. Just need to not go too wild with it. Okay, we've got a photograph. Looks to be of the same model ship. Ah! The flask was in the picture, but it is not in the case now. So it's Archibald? Even though the door said H. Morton? The wolf mask. And a weird gribbly thing. Okay. Oh, that happened. Any more of them gonna drop on my head? Also, for those wondering why I wasn't that surprised by that last one, you could actually see it up there. See where that dark spot is above my head on the right? You could kind of see it hanging on the wall or ceiling in that vague vicinity when I was over here before. That's why I knew that one was there. I did not know about the other two. Which is why I was not prepared for those. Just trying to make sure there isn't anything else tucked in a corner or anything in this place. Considering I'm not seeing anything else light up when I point the flashlight at it, I think we're good. Now, the flask is labeled as Archibald Morton's flask. And there's a balance in here. So if I put the flask in here full of water, presumably something will happen. Ah, so we're not solving who they are. We're supposed to go solve something in their rooms, and that will trigger their thing. Okay. So now we've proven that that was Archibald. Go ahead and bite me a little bit, buddy. It's fine. Oh. I said a little bit, not a lot. Also, you guys are really loud, and I don't like it. And I've only gone and gotten myself into a dead end. Joy. Guess we're just gonna have to solve this with violence, huh? I am not tasty. Okay. A lot less noisy in this room now. I really dislike how slow reloading is. Which, it's not actually that slow, but there's just always this awkward amount of shots that go into every one of these enemies. So you almost always have to reload after the first one, pretty much. So we solved one puzzle and spent a good, 20 shells doing so. Not exactly ideal. But it does appear that we don't need to be over here anymore. So there's that, at least. Who are you? Are you somebody important? Are you a person? According to the game, this is not a portrait or a statue of anyone that matters. Got it. Clicking on them, all I wanted, did not amount to anything. I don't think there was a zombie in here before. Oh god. There definitely was not this many zombies before. Holy fuck. Why are there so many zombies everywhere now? Man, alive, there's a lot of them. We must be doing something right if we're causing this many zombies to exist. But I feel like we're also doing something wrong by making this many zombies exist. Really should be just menu reloading all the damn time, I guess. It takes 3 blasts of the shotgun to get rid of one of those guys. Now, that's back in this room, and I only came back here because I was trying to get away from the zombies. Yeah, but they also do more than hug, and that's where it's a problem. If it was just a hug, that would be okay. They also want to bite. They're very hungry. Somebody forgot to take them to McDonald's ahead of time. Now they're all angry. Somehow it's my fault that they didn't get their McDonald's. Now, does it mention their name up here at this point, or is that going to just still be blank? Yes. Aha! Gilded key. Also got a plate. Except we didn't get the plate. So I am slightly confused. Because there was the plate and the container in that thing, and he only took the key. Now the question is, where the hell does this key go? Ground floor east. Thank you, game. Thank you for actually labeling your keys. That is incredibly helpful. That means it's a key for down here. That said, what is considered east in this place? I would assume map east would be correct, which would mean there's no doors that way. Wait, is the mirror door open? Yeah, the mirror door is how we got here in the first place. So we know that that's open. We've opened every door in the main room. So we're gonna have to go back through Zombieland to get anywhere. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume it's the door next to this one. The one that I just saw that was locked. That we need. This one. Yep, bingo. Oh god. Listen here, you little bastard. No free hugs. Well, that explains where one of the little guys scampered off to. Much more native equipment all over the place. Still not sure why Carnby doesn't grab one of these axes or spears or something so we don't have to be spending ammo all the time to deal with problems, but you know. You do you, Carnby. Stuff's probably brittle and will break in a hit or so anyway. But it'd be better than nothing. Doubt turning the light off would do me anything good. I'm just gonna leave that on. Yep, thing on the table. Another key. Okay, very good. See, there's a perfectly good bow and arrow on this wall, too. So you take that. Nope. There's plenty of random junk we could turn into arrows around here. Guess Carnby's just not that creative. Yep, it sure is a statue of an owl. Weird yellow thing next to it. Acknowledge my presence, door. Acknowledge me and let me through. Guys, the door's ignoring me. Door's rude. Sealed up. Okay. So presumably I need to get around to the other side of that door for that door to be openable. Which means we only got one more key from using that other key. Okay, so what does this key do for me? Ground floor west. Okay. I could take the direct route, but it's gonna be full of zombies, so I'm gonna take the long way around. Especially since we've already got zombies hanging out right where we're trying to go, which is problematic enough. Okay, so one of these doors over here that was locked. That's not this one. Also can't help but notice that there's actually the initials HM on this whole hallway, which I did not notice till now. That's a thing. This is the spiral staircase. Let's try the little staircase here. I don't see how this would be counted as still being the ground floor, but I feel like the big spiral staircase would be further from being ground floor, so this is more likely to be the correct answer. And there it is. We unlocked another door.
Aline?
Carnby?
Yeah. I just don't understand what part Obed Morton's playing in all this business.
My feeling is that it's his brother who holds all the answers.
His brother?
You'd be right.
Alan, Obed's twin brother.
So that's it.
It seems as though Alan Morton is... How can I put it? Diabolic. Yeah, that's the term that fits him best. I found out he killed his own father, Howard, and used him as a subject for his experiments. He's a monster.
Aline, you're holding something back.
I think that Alan Morton, like some sort of Dr. Moreau, genetic manipulation of some kind, but not on animals, on creatures of darkness.
That would explain... Aline, we've got to stop him.
Carnby, I'm way out of my element here.
And I'd be a liar if I told you I've got it under control. Just keep your chin up.
Now, the mention of a Howard Monroe explains the HM we saw relating to where we put Archibald's flask, which means that wasn't Archibald Monroe at all, that would be Howard's room. Father of Alan and Obed. Okay. Lost track of what door was where because of the perspective shift for a second there. Alright, you. Enough of that. Okay. Nice little skylight in here. Reload the shotgun preemptively. 2 first aid kits, that's handy. I'm not entirely sure what they're supposed to be implying with that. I assume just nobody slept in this bed, but it's a very interesting way of putting it. Oh. Well, that's a problem. Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn. Is that somehow doesn't burn the whole mansion down. Not that I would have minded if I did burn the whole mansion down at this rate. This place really seems to be asking to be burnt down. charm of saving on that other desk. I'll grab that in a second. I was more interested in this. The almost exactly the same as the grenade launcher, rocket launcher pistol. We also haven't saved in a while. So now that we got another charm of saving, let's save. What say? We've been running around for another hour without saving, so let's... that's pretty much how I'm gonna do this, I think. I'm gonna save like every hour. Unless we're starting to get into some real hairy shit, and then I'll probably save a bit more often. Almost every mirror's had something behind it before. This one's apparently actually just a mirror. Huh. I really don't trust that. But decent reflections. I actually have an accurate reflection of Carnby moving. Okay, mirror didn't break. Figured I'd use the weaker weapon just in case it was a waste of ammo. And lo and behold, it was. Actually, wait, I've got another dumb idea. We still haven't used the crowbar. Do I use it and get 7 years bad luck? Nope. Okay. Very good. Carnby has the sense to not run around randomly breaking mirrors. Especially when shit's already weird enough. Now, where the hell are we going from here? Okay, this is a dead-end room otherwise. It does lead back to the sealed room. The sealed door, rather, which I presume is this, yes. Okay. So we got a rocket launcher pistol and burnt a plant. Doesn't really seem like this area accomplished all that much, which means I'm suspicious that we missed something. Just gonna pass the flashlight over things and see if anything sparks. Because we really didn't do anything back here, and that's the weird part. I feel like since there's a whole other screen back here, you'd think something would have happened over here. But there's nothing. Absolutely nothing. Seems really odd. Why would they code in an entire other camera angle in an entire other spot for it to do nothing? Oh, this is probably the main... Yep, this is the main door. Okay. So this was just locked from the other side. That helps that, at least. Maybe that's what the darker color's for, then. Is the darker orange spots on the map are doors that are locked from the other side. Sealed up. Big damn mansion with a whole lot of useless fucking doors in it. There's a door there. There's a door here. Okay. Okay. Light switch. I said light switch. Barnaby, please. Thank you. Hi. Well, that happened. That might have got me if that was the first time they did that. That being the second time they try to pull the same jump scare really doesn't work. Well, we saw a discussion about who engineered such machines before. A journal from Alan Morton. The human shadow fusion has become a reality. All these years of groping my way along, how many false leads have I followed? How many detours? But today the truth is standing before my very eyes. Oh, Father, your veins run once again with life. Father, you are my firstborn son. The cells of the creatures of darkness do not contain, properly speaking, DNA. Rather, a crystalline structure with surprisingly photosensitive properties is present. It is as though the creatures didn't reproduce, or rather as if they multiplied after the manner of bacteria. I don't yet understand the factors which trigger this multiplication, but it is obvious that once I manage to pass behind the gate, I will know infinitely more. The fusion is based on a principle of surprising simplicity for which I haven't yet mastered all the elements. It is necessary to first extract a few milligrams of the crystalline structure, the most effective being those that cluster around the center of what would pass for a skull. The creatures have neither skeleton nor flesh, nor properly speaking blood. They are closer in structure to the mineral than the animal. One could say it is though mineral attempted to imitate the evolution of the living. Once extracted, the crystalline structures are injected directly into the vascular system of the dead or living human. I am persuaded that I can perfect the procedure. Mixing the crystalline structures of different creatures, I obtain the more stable result. I cannot deny that, reading the lines I've just written, I have the impression of holding a treatise on medieval medicine in my hands. It is nonetheless the truth. The fruits of my labor, the world of darkness is revealing its secrets to me. From now on, I will need more bodies. I'm going to multiply the experiments. Obed will provide the supplies. His friends on the continent seem to have even less scruples than me. Okay, the pictures on the wall behind me don't seem to mean anything. Which is interesting, because I figured maybe that would have been like a family line that would have helped indicate who was who a bit. But I guess that would have been too simple. Too helpful. Bump the music up a step, because I haven't heard, like, any music in a while, and I'm getting worried that I might have lowered it so much that we don't hear anything. Because that was one of the complaints people had about the PC version relative to other versions of the game, was that the soundtrack wasn't as good. We've heard, like, 2 tracks of music this entire time so far. And 90% of the time there's a lot of nothing. Okay. Well, let me read the book about the library being made. Just gonna tell me, yep, this is a book talking about the library being made. Definitely some odd background noises now. I wonder if maybe that's counting as music and that's why we haven't heard as much creepy, weird noises or anything. Yeah, that's faint in my ears, so you guys probably can't even hear that. Let's try doing that. Hi. Yeah, I definitely need to lower effects a little bit more, I think. They're still... Oh, no wonder it didn't take my my changes. There we go. Let's try that. So yeah, there was music, we just weren't hearing it because apparently having it at that was basically having it off. My bad. I didn't realize lowering it that much made it non-existent. This is what you get for trying to audio balance something that refuses to be balanced. Of course, I'm still not sure if you guys can even hear that, because that's still pretty quiet in my ears as far as the noise is concerned. Door's locked. Those effects are still pretty punchy, so I'm gonna do that one more step and see if that works out at all. That seems better. I'm just watching the audio sliders for a second. Bear with me. Okay, those still jump up really high on the audio track. So maybe these have been deafeningly loud this whole time and nobody's telling me. Remember, audio balancing never happens unless people tell me how things sound. There's only so much I can do to balance it based on my own hearing. People are worried about offending me by answering how the audio is balanced. I will be more offended if you don't tell me and I check it back later and it sounds terrible. Okay, we've already been down here. We've already been down both paths, I think. Or do these both look very similar? Oh, right, this whole pathway was all locked doors, right. Yeah, we've been everywhere in here, then. Did we actually gain anything new? Not really. We learned a little bit of information, but we didn't actually, like, gain any new tools or anything. So I am at a little bit of a loss as to where to go right now. There must be somewhere where we missed something. Only thing I can think of. Okay, go back over this room with the flashlight and make sure there's not an interact spot I missed. Already looked at that. Wait, there's two things here. A locked drawer. Okay. That's helpful, but not at the same time. Because we probably have no means of currently opening that. Unless the crowbar is for this. Yeah, I didn't think so. I'm still trying to find an excuse to use the crowbar. I have not yet succeeded in such. Doesn't do anything. Okay, this room is useless at this point. It has been proven that there's nothing else in here. find a random drawer key. We now know where to take it. So I thought I turned the lights on in here, but I guess maybe the lights don't work down at this end? Yeah, because everywhere else is lit up. Just this end of the corridor's lights don't work. Okay. Thing. Huh. Look at that mirror over there. Watch as Carnby disappears. Not leaving the mirror, necessarily. Just leaving reality as he walks past the mirror sometimes. Yeah, right here. When he walks towards the door, he just kind of phases through the wall in the mirror, and that was weirding me out more than anything else in this game so far. Ah, that's not how that's supposed to work. Just double checking now because we clearly missed something. So all we're doing is being confronted with locked doors everywhere we turn. Is knowing that the older Morton is Howard Morton doesn't actually help us that much, aside from narrowing it down that it is probably both Alan and Obed that are in those last two portraits. But that doesn't help us because I'm pretty sure I'm not allowed to solve that puzzle without having the puzzle solution given to me by the game. In spite of the fact that we can work that out. I assume there's also something significant about the fact that we were able to loop back to this main room at this point. There's an interact down there. It's gone now. There was absolutely an interact light at the other camera angle. Hey, there it is. But when we get closer, it's gone. I can only assume that's a glitch. I think it was Obed that was taught by Edenshaw directly. So I'm going to assume that the bust is Alan Morton. As is the last painting. So we tried this already and it told me to go to hell. But I'm going to try it again just for sake of argument. Nope. There was also that whole thing we were told about there being a trapdoor in the attic. But we didn't really hear a hollow sound aside from a spot where there wasn't carpet. And I don't know if that's the same sound that she's trying to indicate to us or not. But I suppose we could check that again? Yeah, we didn't hear this at all when we were in here before. A slight piano and the growling. As it turns out, having the music actually working properly definitely helps the atmosphere a lot. Zombies are apparently still really fucking loud, though. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to turn the lights on in here, because I could have swore I turned them on before, and they weren't on. I found a little strange. Already checked that book, and that book. I'm pretty sure we've poured over this room enough that there's nothing in here. I just wanted to turn the light on. The fact that there's also barking in there now is a bit weird. Okay, that's a little loud. Why the hell is that so loud? Jesus. The audio balance in this game's a shit show. No matter what I do, something gets really fucking loud. Hopefully it's not too loud for you guys. Definitely loud in my ears. But if I lower it any more, I feel like I'm going to end up just ruining everything further. Okay. Just means I'll lower my ears a little more then. I'm trying to more closely match what you guys can hear, so I understand better how to balance this stuff. But with everything for me being louder, it's kind of hard to really get a good feel for that. Get off of me! I feel like I had to get rid of them this time because I need to make sure there's nothing else in this room. Even if it might be a waste of ammo. That's locked. That's locked. What the hell isn't locked? Oh, there is a light switch in here. Maybe that's why this kept filling up with zombies. Maybe I'm supposed to turn the lights on to keep bad things from spawning. They are creatures of darkness, after all, so it would follow if they can't exist where there's lights on. Not sure what's making that noise either. But I can't help but notice that whatever was making the weird growly noises when we were up here last time isn't making that noise anymore. So that's a thing. Door's still just as locked as it was before, though. Also, the trapdoor is not really giving me anything to work with here. I've walked up and down this whole place and I haven't heard anything different. I assume that sound that we're hearing is supposed to be rain. It just doesn't sound like rain. Sounds decidedly weird. Light switch is an interact prompt, but there's so far nothing else in here that has an interact prompt. So I'm getting the distinct impression that coming up here was pointless. Is it finding the trapdoor was a simple matter of just pressing the interact button when you were over the hollow sound? The way I mashed the interact button through the whole place would have given it away to me at some point. I don't think the trapdoor is relevant. At least not at the moment. Maybe Eileen has something else to tell us, though.
Aline?
Nope, she's got nothing. Okay. That answers that question. This hallway still bugs the shit out of me. I feel like this ends unnaturally. Like somebody walled this off. That's probably gonna matter later. The whole blood splatter thing is also a bit of a concern, but not my concern. I don't think there was anything else down this hallway, but one of those things where it's like, what the hell else am I gonna check at this point? I've also got plenty of ammo at the minute. So I have to assume that all these zombies are experiments to combine shadow creatures with people. That's why they're all weird and chewy. Weird bubblegum men. Some gardening tools over in the corner, but still not anything helpful over here. Yeah, and this hallway also throws my whole theory about light preventing spawns out the window. Ooh. Didn't notice that before. Like a dumbwaiter or something here, but apparently we can't interact with it. Come on, Carnby. Figure out that that exists. No? Okay. Those who missed the revelation before, the flashlight will indicate where interactable spots are, which is why you'll see me sometimes just do a 360 randomly in places. seeing if anything lights up. Especially if it's a place I've already been. That I feel like I might have missed something in. Oh, I was assuming we had seen everything we could see in here, considering this place has been trashed. If there's anything useful in here, somebody would have taken it already. But when you're confronted with nothing but locked doors, sometimes your only recourse is to go back over everything with a fine-tooth comb till you figure out what you missed. So far, the main thing that's bugging me is, again, the fact that we found this crowbar so long ago and have yet to have a use for it. And I'd rather not resort to a guide yet. But I might have to. If for nothing else, for sake of it not being an hour of me walking in circles. Okay, so he acknowledges that statue. There's the light switch from a different angle. Okay. I'm still not sure what these points of light are on the map. I really wish this map had, like, a key or a legend or, you know, something that would indicate to me what the fuck things on the map mean. I may not be pressing buttons looking for said thing, finding nothing. Because that transitions floors, that's the triggers. B, of course, gets us out of the map. A brings us back to where I am. And the other two zoom in and out on the map. Got a lot of doors we can't do anything with. All those orange-ish red ones have so far been proven to be inaccessible. I don't understand what the difference between the dark reddish orange and the regular orange is, though. I can only assume one is locked, one is sealed, or something like that. And I think it's the lighter one that's the locked ones. Because we have encountered a bunch of sealed doors. Actually, no. It wouldn't make any sense for the light ones to be the locked ones. These are where they are. I think the dark red-orange ones are the locked ones. Though it'd be easy enough to tell because we're standing right next to one of them. What are you? Locked. This one also locked. Yes. So yes, the dark red-orange is locked. So we now know, then, that I opened the wrong part of my menu. So we now know these two doors are locked. This door is also locked. These doors up here are sealed. For some reason. The door up here in the attic's not even acknowledged on the map. Which is weird. And we don't know anything about the rooftops. So there's no doors we haven't gone in that aren't either sealed or locked. So either, arbitrarily, one of these sealed doors needs to be crowbarred, or we're missing an item somewhere. And I still don't know what these points of light on the map mean. There's a bunch of them. But I don't know what they mean. The only thing I can think of is something I'm supposed to have interacted with, and I didn't. But the problem is, the last one of those we checked, there was nothing there. Unless that point of light's supposed to be an indication that a room is done? But in that case, why is there two of them in here? Just trying to make sure I'm going to the right one. No. That is not the one. Actually, no, it would have to be, because this isn't the stairs. The stairs are over there. Saying that there's a point of light in this room. Would it be something so stupid as the light switches? No, because that doesn't make sense either. As you can see, I'm just mashing interact down up and down this hallway now to see if there's something I'm not seeing. Because we're in that room. You can see it flashing gray because we're in that room right now. There's also another passage out of Howard Morton's room leading into the main room. If I'm reading this correct. Actually, no. That's a stairwell. That's what the dashes are. So it goes under Morton's room. Either we need to somehow solve a puzzle involving another one of the Mortons to then get another key from one of the portraits. Which I don't know where else to go to trigger another one of their puzzles. Because we've got 3 more Mortons left to trigger the portraits of. 2 of which we're like 90% sure that it's Alan and or Obed. Which I'm still leaning that the one with Eden Shaw is Obed, and the one by himself is Alan. But I have to assume that the bust is the trigger for that far right portrait to give me its key. But the problem is, no matter what I put into it, it tells me I don't have the code. So that feels like a dead end. So I am, needless to say, slightly confused. So, actually, before I go too far... Also, interesting that the zombies haven't respawned again. There are a finite number of them. Wouldn't mind if there were. In this room. There might be a secret passage over. Just in case that little weird spot on the map was indicating something. No, it isn't. I didn't think it was, but when you've run out of the obvious and the sensible, all you've got left is stupid. And honestly, you'd be stupid not to try the stupid. Also, pay no mind as Carnby's legs layer very interestingly with this cabinet. Everything is fine. Established that goes nowhere. I am at a loss. And I've lost my controller now as well. Where do I stay? Urgh. Where? So, what do we think? Should I keep wandering around trying to find a solution, or should I take a peek at a guide and get us moving forward? Because as has probably been made pretty clear, I'm running out of ideas. Because there's clearly just something I must have missed. It's the only thing I can think of at this point. But in terms of figuring out where I missed it, I've got nothing. I don't know where to begin. Because we checked the most recent rooms already, and we didn't find anything. But that's been the issue this whole way, is some of these rooms we've not found much of anything in at all. So either we're missing a flag, because I didn't step somewhere, or do something. Or we're missing an item from somewhere, somewhen, somehow. Huh. Well, that explains why that changed color. Somebody locked the basement. Even though we were already in the basement. So that at least rules out having to go back down there. And of course we can't go back out the front door, so going outside's out of the question. We already went over this room with a fine-tooth comb about 30 times, so this is a useless room. It's also still really weird to me that we've been on both sides of this door, but we still can't unseal it. Pretty much the only places we haven't been back to is down here. Unless this is suddenly open for some magical reason. We're at an impasse. No, this is still just as boarded up as we left it an hour ago. And I guess option C is we just stop for the day and come back to this on Saturday with a fresh brain and see if I can figure something out. But I'm more inclined to just say I'll just go ahead and look up what the hell I'm supposed to be doing at this point. Not necessarily solutions, just what is next step. So I know where to be at the very least. So I feel like I lost the thread somewhere. Well, well. Get to that in just a moment here. You're just in time for me to be reading a guide to figure out where the hell I'm going. In just a moment, he should be able to hear me. And we will address it as soon as I see proof that they will be able to hear me. By the way, welcome in people from the raid. I will address James once I'm sure they'll be able to hear me. Well, that answers that question easily, doesn't it? Thank you for the raid, James. How was your stream? I dare it. Currently just trying to figure out where I missed my path here. Apparently... Oh. Okay, there's a key I might not have picked up when I picked up something else. Okay. Is it attached to the item, or... No? Unless maybe the split command's used on it? Nope. Okay, so let's just go back to where I found the wolf mask, then. And go find a key that I apparently did not pick up, because I do not remember a steel key at any point. Yeah, that's the room with the owl in it. Which was back this way. Yeah, for those coming in from the raid, this is Alone in the Dark 4, specifically Alone in the Dark, the new Nightmare, the Dreamcast version, because it was the only version of this game I could get to cooperate in any real capacity. We are not too far in, all things considered. And we still really don't know a whole hell of a lot. We were sent here to learn about Obed Morton and his family and everything, because they were doing some weird shit here. Carnby here, who we are playing as, his friend, what he was told died here investigating this place, which is what got him to come here. Our other playable option was Eileen, who is currently, I think, upstairs somewhere, doing her own thing. Because we last saw her while we threw her up through a trapdoor to get her to go do something. We haven't seen her after we did that. I'm currently trying to remember where the hell that room with the wolf mask was at all. And I'm definitely having some pathing issues. Because these both are locked. That's the room that we did so much other shit in, so I know it's not that room. This is the pathway to Howard Morton's room, I think. Yeah, there's the door right there. I'm just not used to there not being zombies in that room. Oh, that's the attic. I apologize for how lost I am right now. The But that's just how these go sometimes. You will just completely lose track of where anything and everything is. And have to kind of piece it back together again at some points. It's not upstairs. Or is it? No, I think it might actually be upstairs. I literally think we've not accomplished anything in the past, like, hour. There's another one of the weird shadow creatures trying to make trouble. And another one. Not sure why they're suddenly here. Because the game's realized I'm back on the right track again. This is the door that we were just looking at that was sealed in the main room. This one right here. Still not sure what the deal with this room is, because we missed I feel like we missed something in here as well. After we burnt the plant, we got the rocket launcher, and then nothing else happened. That's not a door. Okay. That leads back to this stairwell. No, this is not the room where the thing was either. For some reason the lights weren't on anymore. I thought I turned the lights on. Oh boy. Where the hell was that mask? I know it was in the room with all of the other artifacts. I just do not remember which room that was anymore. My short-term memory just decided to die on me at the worst possible time. Pretty sure this is a locked door down at the end here. Well, locked, sealed, jammed, stuck, whatever the fuck you want to call each door. Locked. Where the hell was the artifact room? I feel like I've gone through every goddamn door. Not that room. We've been in that room. Not that room. That's Howard's room. Was it literally just across from the other room and I'm an idiot? Certainly possible. Would not be the first time. Won't be the last time either. That is unfortunate. I assume it's back now? Okay. Welcome back, Xeno. You didn't miss much aside from me running in circles, forgetting where things are, trying to find where we picked up something, because apparently I missed a key behind it. I mean, that much is true. Okay. The mask was in this room. somewhere. Apparently a steel key somewhere. Did not pick up somehow. Or at least that is the first thing I saw in the guide that I did not recognize. Not like I'm supposed to interact with the wolf mask I picked up. Wolf mask's just in my pocket, and I tried every interact possible with it. Or the guide's telling me the wrong damn room. Aha! I've caught on to another thing. Because they give you a bit of deceptive information in the game here. Remember that whole conversation we had about a trapdoor? Yeah, it turns out that trapdoor's not in the room it's brought up about being in at all. It's in a completely different room. So, I gotta say, this guide is terrible about where anything is. It's just like, go through this door, then go through that door, then that door, then that door. Like, okay, but what door is that? Unless I literally follow their train of thought through the whole way. I'm glad you love this game, and I'm going to not respond to that first idea there. Is that you probably missed the hour of walking around in circles, touching everything in the damn game, trying to figure out what I missed. That has caused me to resort to this. Because I don't find it particularly watchable to walk around for 2 hours or so, trying to find the one thing I didn't do in among everything that's around. And that may come off as harsh, but just understand that I do not... I don't know if you're joking, ends up being the point with that. Because there are unfortunately too many people out there that really believe that statement. But either way, welcome to my frustration. I think I'm going to get a different guide. Okay. And I apologize for my response, but you can understand why a response like that ended up happening. This is describing completely other things. I have no goddamn idea what these people are talking about. Okay, back to just bashing my head against it. These guides are actually less helpful than doing it myself. Unsurprising out of a game facts guide, but you know, it is what it is. Because I've encountered two different things in these guides that don't make any sense. Which version, by chance? So I've ended up with the knowledge that there is an incredible amount of versions of this game. Yeah, it can be done with a controller with the PC version, but it's a pain. Yeah, you have to do a lot of extra crap to get that to work. Okay. From what I've been hearing, the PS1 and the Dreamcast versions are the two best versions of the game out there. I was going to do the PC version, but it kept having cutscene issues and all kinds of other broken jank, so I just gave up on that and set this version up instead. Now, the thing is, I remember when I played this once upon a time, I've gotten to the library, so I know I've gotten past this point before. I just don't remember how. Because it's been 6 years? Mind you, I have nothing against the game. I think I literally just missed a cue somewhere, and that's what's caused this all to go flying off a cliff. And I think it's relating to that trap door that Eileen mentioned. I'm just trying to figure out what room that hollow sound actually is in again. Because it's not the room she mentions it in. And I know this door's useless to me. Which, that still bugs me, that there are doors you can be on both ends of and still not open just because reasons. Probably just to force you to go around them. Let's see. Attic room is... Attic room is there. Presumably it would... No, it wouldn't make any sense for it to be directly underneath it. I mean, in a logical sense, it would make sense, but it wouldn't actually, positioning-wise, make sense for it to be there. Trying to get my head on straight, so bear with me as I bumble around for a moment. Mostly trying to just keep moving while I'm thinking. Something's bugging me, and I can't put my finger on it. Already put down the flask. Because that puzzle was obvious. Learned a bunch about the Mortons. We burnt the plant. Found those diaries. Okay, that's how you're supposed to get the answer that I've been assuming was correct this whole time. Because you'll note these scratch marks. I thought that was because this got moved previously. It's actually because you're supposed to move this in CHM. Because the logic I was operating under before was actually incorrect. I was assuming the far or this most portrait was one of the youngest ones. It's not actually the youngest. Apparently Howard. That's apparently supposed to be Howard Morton. Which would then imply that the one with Edenshaw was, as my original logic stated, Howard's father, which would be Jeremy E. Morton. Hindsight being 2020, it of course makes perfect sense that you could push this in front of the mirror and see the back of it. But it is a bit of an assumption that you would think that there would be something written on the back that you couldn't just walk around behind the back of the statue to read. But that was the little piece we were missing. Which this will then set into motion the chain of events that allows me to actually proceed. I was following a wild goose chase because I think the key that was mentioned behind the wolf mask, I did actually get. I think it may just be either a version difference or a mistranslation on the part of the one writing the guide, calling it a steel key, because I don't remember ever seeing a steel key at any point so far. Come on, game. Don't be disagreeable. Just die. Good enough. Okay, so now we've got a small rusty key which goes somewhere, and considering it's a tiny key, it more than likely goes to that locked drawer I saw before, which was upstairs. I'm closing the guide now for reference. I only wanted it just so I can figure out the one little piece I was missing for proceeding forward. Because I do prefer not to use them. I only use them in terms of expediting things that would otherwise have taken another 2-3 hours for me to eventually poke the statue again. Because I had checked it before and did everything that made sense to me at the time to do with it. And none of it worked. So I wrote it off as something I had to do later. I'm correct, this key should go to this drawer right here. Either I'm not in the right spot, or that drawer is not to this key. Okay. So that logic is flawed in some way, somehow, apparently. Even though it would make sense that the smallest key would go to the smallest lock. Okay, time to go try random doors until this key opens something. The other place that would make sense for it to go would be upstairs, in the attic. Because you wouldn't use a tiny key in just a standard room. Logically. At least, maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just pulling that one out of the air. But I feel like that would be correct. And if this is once again wrong, we still only have a couple other doors to check anyway. But Carnage, since you've played this one, have you played the previous 3 games, or have you only played this one? Yep, There we go. Second guess was correct. I'll take it. See you. Two shots is not enough to kill you, huh? Oh, you are tanky boys. Okay. And annoying with your spitting. Or tonguing, or whatever the hell you're doing. There we go. There's a lighter. Okay. We now have what we started the Game Boy Color version with. Still not sure why you start with the lighter in that version of the game. Still weird. Hopefully you guys can't hear the idiots on either dirt bikes or motorcycles out there just having a grand old time, being noisy and annoying. I say either or because they either did a bad job with that motorcycle or it's a dirt bike. They're treating it terribly either way. Around here, I'd be inclined to say dirt bike. We are somewhere new now, I think. That sounds weird. Okay. Is this just gonna break or something? That definitely... Like, the fact that they point the camera angle right at this spot and everything really makes this stand out as being something. But apparently it's not anything? So I would assume that the crowbar is going to be used to rip up floorboards, considering we haven't used it for anything else that would have made sense to use a crowbar for. But who knows, maybe I'm blowing smoke with that thought process too. Have anything to say about this?
Aline?
Yes, where are you?
Still in the attic. I can't locate that trap door you told me about.
I know, it's not that easy to spot, but if you're real careful, you'll see there's this hollow sound when you walk over it.
Could you be a little more precise?
I'm telling you, you can't miss it.
Okay. Like, that definitely sounds like there's nothing under it. Maybe now that she told me about it, it'll work? No? Like, you could even see that there's gaps in the floorboards and everything that you would then use as leverage to rip this up. Do I burn it? No. Like, don't get me wrong, that sounded like a stupid idea, but I'm just annoyed at it at this point. Is there a light switch around here? Maybe he's just blind because it's dark enough in here that he can't tell. These don't look like electric lights. Might be the only place in here without power. Then again, there's an electric light right here. Still no light switch either, though. When in doubt, use items you found recently to do something. So, do I light these? Nope. Okay. Very good. I'm going to just move on for the time being. Or I can't. Okay. Very good. How about this way? I need to reload the shotgun. Ah, okay, there's more of these bug things. Oh, and they're spawning from a weird portal thing. Joyous day. I'm not gonna waste shotgun shells on these buggers, that's for sure. So there's where they're spawning from. So presumably, yeah, around here we're gonna start running into them. Now, unfortunately, as far as I've been able to figure out in the Dreamcast version... Ah, there we go. I did find free aiming, finally. It involves holding both triggers, though I could have swore I did that before and it didn't work, but... I'll take the fact that it's working now. It did seem weird that this was the only version that I couldn't figure out free aiming in. There was still another one, I just couldn't see it. They don't seem to do a lot of damage, so I guess it doesn't really matter if I let them drop on my head, it's just annoying. When in doubt. Uh-huh. Any more? Did I get them all? I think I got them all. There was a bunch of them, though. Now, let me guess. I need to use this candle to see the damn spot, don't I? Or I can't take the candle? I guess I just light the candle here, then. Sure, why not? There's a draft coming from this partition. I guess the candle's to indicate to you that the partition has a hole in it? The crowbar's finally fucking useful. We've only had it for half past forever. There we go. Huh.
You are back.
Back? Who are you talking about?
But who are you?
Oh yeah, she can't
The
see.
name's Carnby. Edward Carnby. And I'm here to help you.
Do not lie to me. You are here for something else. Are you with the young lady?
Aline? Do you know where she is?
Oh, she is most probably dead by now. You know, Mr. Carnby, of all those who set foot on the island, few ever got away. Obed told me he spoke to a man, It was last week, I think. Obed was sure the man was going to help us. Oh, Obed has always been gullible.
This man, was his name Fisk? Charles Fisk?
How can one be sure of anything on Shadow Island? I know you have come to harm my sons.
No, you've got me all wrong.
Go to the library and burn it all. Let the flames purify this hellish place.
But what about you?
I am already dead. Go to hell.
Well, she started out real nice, and then the go to hells happened. Just gonna loot your stuff since you're a bitch. This is the same magazine again. There's nothing different here at all. Okay? Yeah, you know, just a real winning personality on this one. Which, to be fair, she's been through a lot. So I'm not gonna judge too harshly on that. But, at the same time, she also has no reason to be like, you're here to kill everybody and be bad. Rah. Like, I feel like something might be a little bit off in her at this point. Considering she started out... Yeah, I know. Considering she started out being like, oh yeah, were you with the nice lady? And then she immediately flipped the script into burn the library and go to hell. Also, I will once again point out that that guide I read before was written very weirdly. Because I can only assume the use of the crowbar they were talking about was that wall now. But they really made it sound like there was a floorboard I was supposed to rip up with the crowbar, because they mentioned the trapdoor thing, and then they mentioned ripping something up with the crowbar. So really, I wonder what the hell that guide writer was on when they wrote their guide. Like, it's definitely another one of those ones I would recommend if you're going to use it, start from using it, because trying to pick it up at any point in between just is a headache. Did we check that door in between here? That's what I was trying to figure out, was where things were in relation to each other again. Okay, that's the sealed door. So I guess we've gained really not a lot from that. We learned that their mother's alive, she's a bit crazy, and she wants us to go burn the library. Ignoring the fact that we still don't know where the library is. I can only assume we missed something in one of those rooms. Considering we're walking back out of there without having gained anything new. Like, aside from some information and a flag having been triggered. This floor is still bugging the shit out of me. Can I break it now? Nope. Okay. I'm just gonna stand on it. You gonna break out from under me? I gonna die? No? Okay. Because no one can tell me that that is not where the trapdoor is. Look at that. That is very obviously where a hole is. And I guess it's not very trapdoor-like, considering the floorboards are very clearly nailed down. So it's not necessarily a trapdoor, but there's clearly something wrong with the floor there. There's no rooms we didn't go in. And that sealed door is just the door that connects those two, so there's not even a point to that door being there. Like, that's been bugging me this whole time with this game, is the sealed doors that have no purpose. Like, they're a redundant door that's just sealed up to make you have to do the game's way of dealing with a problem. Which they could have just not had that door be there at that rate. And while, yeah, that's a nitpick, that's just... It's me speaking more out of frustration than anything at this point. Because I feel like we moved a step forward, but also didn't actually do anything by doing all of that. So I now wonder what the hell I'm supposed to actually be doing. Also, still not sure why the top of my activity log keeps blinking at me. Over on the dashboard. I know I walked around in a circle, I'm listening to the floor. Because I have to assume that that trapdoor is up here.
Aline?
Okay. Like, this trapdoor has to be here somewhere. Not necessarily in this room, but it has to be up here somewhere. So I guess what I should do, in spite of the lawnmower that's now causing it to be harder for me to hear anything, is go from the start of this place and walk around and listen for a damn trapdoor. I wouldn't be surprised if I've managed to talk every time I'm supposed to have heard that and thus didn't hear it. It's not in here as far as I can tell, even though there's a spot where there obviously would be a trapdoor in here. Specifically, the spot where there's no carpet, right here. Because there's a spot right here where there's no carpeting. So either there's just been wear and tear that's worn through the carpet here, or you would have assumed that this would have been where the trapdoor is. But I tried this before, and maybe it'll magically work now. Yeah, doesn't work. And I can't interact with this spot, so presumably that's not where it is. We already did a whole loop through this room, so we know that, well, at least as far as I can tell, there's no trapdoor in this room. Doesn't sound any different anywhere in that room. Literally the only place that sounds different is right there, where I've been trying to do stuff with, but it won't let me. The other option is that the trapdoor's not even on this floor. But I would assume that's incorrect. Walking around and listening. none of this sounded any different. Unless the trapdoor's in her room. Which wouldn't that make so many friends and just do so many positive things if I started ripping holes in her floor? Also this weird candle looking thing over here. Can I do something with this? Nope. Remind me as I try to light random objects on fire. It's very clearly the same object that this is. This is a light, so you would think that this too would be a light. But I guess maybe there's no fuel in it or something? Maybe there's, like, not a candle in it or something like that, so it can't be used. Not that using it would do anything anyway. What happens if I talk to you again? Do you acknowledge my existence? Scream at me some more? Can I shoot you? That's about the point I'm at right now. I'm kind of annoyed. Nope. Game doesn't acknowledge your existence. That would be a lot easier at this rate, but unfortunately I can't. Too late. To be fair, she told me to go to hell, so I was trying to send her there ahead of me. She also has, like, weird claw hands, and I really did not know how to feel about that in a place full of mutated people. I feel like she might be a monster. And she said herself not to trust anything you see on Shadow Island. So, you know. If I can't trust anything I see on Shadow Island, I can't trust that she's actually an old lady. She might be just some kind of crazy demon thing, just waiting for me to turn my back on her. Take the candle with me? No, not the doorway. That tells me I can't take the candle with me. I'm going to, at this point, assume that I'm currently chasing a red herring, and I'm just going to leave this area and see if something happens now that we've triggered that stuff to happen. Because that's about all I got left. Is trying to mess with the obvious weird floor here didn't amount to anything. I'm gonna keep pointing out how obvious and weird that floor is, because I'm kind of annoyed about that not actually being a thing. Meaning that's another camera angle that amounts to nothing. It's just as well that I was planning on only going for like 4 hours today, because I'm getting a little annoyed with this. And some of it's me being mad at myself, because I missed obvious things and things of that nature. I should have realized that, of course, we needed to move the statue since there was those slashed pieces on the floor there. Hey, Magus. You missed a bit, yeah. Honestly, you haven't missed that much, realistically, in terms of actual gameplay happening. So I did a bit at the beginning of the session today, And I have, of course, wasted like an hour of everyone's lives running around trying to figure out where the hell I'm supposed to be. The other section of time, though, was productive. Things were flying along real good till my brain kind of broke for a second, and then I lost the entire train of thought we were supposed to be on. Well, there's monsters in here now. That might mean something. Or it means nothing, and the game's just trying to piss me off some more. Or by randomly spawning monsters. Yeah, as you can see, you were on the right track with your guess on Twitter that it was Alone in the Dark. I was curious to see if you'd actually figure out which Alone in the Dark. Okay. Floor sounds weird here, too. I wonder if that's supposed to be indicative of something. Because the floor also looks a little weird here. Nope. Okay. Just creaky floorboards. But it's seeming like nothing's changed. So I'm not really sure how I'm supposed to get to the library to burn it to the ground like she wanted me to. Because we still haven't gotten there yet. And I know the library's coming up soon. Because the library is where I stopped when I was playing the game before. And I know it's not that far in. It's a matter of where is the puzzle solution for that one? And we're also missing the puzzle solution for this one. Mostly because we need to find the puzzles for those two. Because those will almost certainly provide additional keys. But it feels weird to me that we went into that whole attic section, and we came out of it with 0 keys. No new keys were gained in there. Also, thank you for the resub if I didn't say that in the wildly crossed brain I'm in right now. Which one? There's a lot of late involved in that exchange. Vegas is late to the show. I'm late acknowledging the sub part of that whole exchange. I'm getting confused. I genuinely have no idea where to go from here. If we look through my inventory, we will find that very little of this is actually helpful for anything. Like, yep, it's a wooden wolf head. There is. The acrobat statue is presumably tied to what the old man wants, because he wanted a bunch of statues to do a ritual to stop the darkness, etc., and save Narnia, etc. Crowbar's only been useful for one goddamn thing so far, in spite of all of the things a crowbar could have been used for so far. Radio has been our contact with Eileen, not helpful for anything else. Lighter has so far been used for one thing, but at least it was used for something close to where we found it, instead of having to be dragged halfway across the damn game before we use it at all. And of course, we have a flashlight. It's a flashlight. Documents, we've looked at all of these at least once, and none of them have really given us anything useful. Just a lot of background information. Yeah, but there's a couple spots here where the floorboards sound like there's nothing underneath them. Creak and bend and all that. So unless arbitrarily one of these two has a trapdoor under it, and Eileen tells us about the trapdoor up top for some reason, then it's gotta be somewhere else. Thank you for the follow, Carnage. I know it must be painful watching how this has been going. And for what it's worth, the next session of this will be Saturday. I will be doing a bunch of Next Fest demos unless I feel particularly tired tomorrow. Then Zeno and I should still be doing something. And then, of course, the Saturday I mentioned, Alone in the Dark, will be continuing. Then it's back to Dragon Quarter, etc., down the line. I really should fiddle with my schedule on Twitch a little more and actually make it a little more clear and coherent for people. But that involves updating it every time I change games, and we've been changing things a lot lately because I keep finishing things sooner than I think. And it's been turning into a whole thing. See, I almost feel like there should be more... I keep saying this. I feel like there should be more to this room. This room was deceptively empty. And that feels wrong. But in the end, I guess it was only for the spooky plant and the rocket pistol. We've already cleared the room where we got the majority of these journals from. We went through that so many fucking times. It's a safe bet that there's nothing in there. This is the staircase that bounces at me every time I walk in there. Technically, it is running through... It is the Dreamcast version running through a Dreamcast emulator. So technically it's on PC, but not the actual PC version, because the PC version was a hot mess. At least on my setup, so I gave up on trying to run it. Because it runs okay, aside from the cutscenes don't work. And even when I got the cutscenes working, the cutscenes wouldn't capture on OBS, even though I could see them. So that became a whole other thing. It just became enough headaches, it wasn't worth the effort. And all things considered, I've managed to upscale this enough that it looks about the same as the PC version did on my hardware. But I could absolutely understand not enjoying playing it with the keyboard controls that there were. Those were not the best keyboard controls. I've definitely seen worse. Like right now, I'm playing with a PS4 controller because it's what works at the moment. And this D-pad's kind of killing my finger a little bit. But I will give this game credit. It is a very good-looking game for a game from 2001. Like, you gotta think. Games that came after this have looked worse. Yeah, it wasn't the actual binds that were an issue, it was more, I feel like I should have been able to use my mouse, and I can't. Because that's one thing you can't fix, really, with that, without a whole lot of other issues. But it was primarily just the broken cutscenes. Now that's fair. And that's the thing. That's why controller input on PC exists, is so that people have the option to do keyboard and mouse or controller. Some things, of course, work better with one than the other. It is what it is. So I know I'm going in circles again, but that's because I've clearly misplaced something. No, that's kind of the problem I'm having, is I know the library exists, the old lady mentioned the library, I'm having trouble getting there because I know I'm missing a key again from somewhere, or something along those lines, but I cannot for the life of me find where I'm supposed to be right now to get to the library. Because I already know the answer to the puzzle in the library, because we found the documentation for the puzzle. What I'll say so far for this game is that the puzzles aren't too hard, at least not the ones I remember. The problem this game has is the game is obtuse. It's got the same problem Resident Evil 1 does, in terms of it tells you a lot of things, but misses a few very important pieces of information for getting anything done. That if you miss connecting the two, the whole thing goes to shit. Well, bear in mind, there's going to be a bit of a difference in how somebody can parse through things when they're 13 to later. Like, I thought a ton of things were difficult when I was 13, and I've since shown them on here, and I was like, what the fuck was I doing as a teenager? I was an idiot. That's just how that works, is once you've had more experience and your critical thinking develops more, you can figure things out a lot easier. And it also doesn't hurt that a lot of puzzles are the same from one game to another. Even if the actual puzzle itself isn't exactly the same, the theory behind the puzzle carries over through a lot of games in a genre. Like, you'll find plenty of similarities between puzzles in, say, Alone in the Dark, to games like Resident Evil and some of the Silent Hills, and survival horror has a handful of puzzle types, typically. And usually it involves finding just the right piece of information to tell you what the answer to the puzzle is. Or find insert object to apply to insert location. It's when you disregard the information or try to brute force a puzzle, whether you realize you're brute forcing it or not, that the puzzles start getting nightmarishly hard. Because you're basically standing there with a mallet trying to put a square peg into a round hole and wondering why it's not working. At least that's been my experience whenever I have trouble with a puzzle. Is there's a piece of information I didn't have. Yeah, and I really wish there was more indication of that. Is half the time when I've tried the radio, exactly what just happened there happens. I just used it in the room underneath that attic and nothing happened. Unless maybe I'm supposed to be on the other screen where it's showing up above me here.
Aline?
Nah. Because the thing is, she mentioned the trapdoor. And she mentioned that it would be impossible to miss in a different room. And she also mentioned it initially in this room to begin with. I already sent her up through a trapdoor in a different room earlier. Yeah, here, I'll show you what's already happened in the attic so far. Is we went through all these rooms down here in the attic. We went down here. Because maybe this will spark something so you can point me in the right direction. We went through this door over here. We fought some liquor things somewhere along the way here. This floor section keeps bugging the shit out of me, especially since Eileen, in this room, told me you wouldn't be able to miss the trapdoor because it's very obvious. This being the most obvious thing in the goddamn area. But trying to use the crowbar on it, which is what would make sense for breaking loose floorboards, doesn't do anything. So that was driving me a bit batty. We then gave up on that and went this way, realized this door's useless. Then we went down here, opened this door, proceeded on down through this. Spiders spawned, shot them off the ceiling. A couple of them fell on my head. A weird blood spot here. We then used the candle to realize there was a draft coming from this wall here. We then busted the wall open. Went down in this whole back section here. This door is the other side of that sealed door we ignored. This door is locked, but we don't have a key at all, so it's not like I can even try keys on that door. And then this door led to the angry old lady who told me to go to the library and burn it down, and then told me to go to hell. Thing is, I felt like I should have gotten a key or something up here at some point, but I got nothing other than the lighter throughout this whole area. The thing right next to it was a light switch. I assume you're referring to this locked door over here. And this right here is just the light switch that turns these lights on and off. And there's no interactable objects around here, because the flashlight will tell you when there's something interactable within its cone. And I've been using that to search rooms to make sure I've not missed any interactable objects, but apparently I've missed something somewhere irregardless. Usually I can figure things like this out, but I'm missing some piece somewhere, and this one's obtuse enough that I've really got nothing. See, that I didn't know. Because the game didn't give me any indication of that, and there's not been anything I've missed. And I think the lights were off by default in here. But I can walk around here and see if I see something in the dark. See if that means anything to us. Now, they'll shine when you point the flashlight at them, even whether the lights are on or off. I've had things shine even with the lights on. But maybe there's different things that shine in the dark? Yeah, either find me the library key or find me the trap door that she keeps going on about. Because that's the only other unresolved thing we have is this trap door that I cannot for the life of me find. Wait, I have an idea. I just realized there's a spot I did not try talking to Eileen in, and that is over by the old lady. Not necessarily in her room, but over here, after interacting with her, since she apparently knew who Eileen was. I know about that office. I do not have the key for that drawer. I might have missed the Obed Morton bedroom one, though. Is Obed Morton's bedroom the one that has the plant in it? Because I searched that room top to bottom so many times, but I would believe that the key would have been in there, because that was the room that mysteriously had nothing in it. But I went up and down it, pressing the interact button and with the flashlight, and found nothing. So I thought that was a bit weird. But I'm going to try calling Eileen around here and see if anything happens.
Eileen?
Nope. Maybe in the room? Oh, right. This is the wrong door. I keep thinking she'll be in the one next to the light switch.
Aline?
Nope. Okay. That's not the key to any of this, at least not up here. But I can try going back to the bedroom and see if I find anything. Because, as I said, I was assuming I was missing a key somewhere. It was just a matter of figuring out where I missed it. But I appreciate you checking for that for me. That's the thing. I typically don't mind getting lost. I just get a little frustrated getting lost on stream because I start to feel like I'm wasting everybody's time. And that kind of compounds the frustration of I must have missed something stupid, so I'm already annoyed with myself, and then that compounds on top of it. Well, I know you are, Zeno. But not everybody's here for that. And there's only so many times I can go around in the same circle before I feel like even you're probably getting bored of that. Okay. Like, I knew it had to be in the attic, but I've walked up and down the attic, and supposedly she says you'll be able to hear it. So it must be in there, I guess? That's the only really, like, thin Oh, unless it's that section on the right. I'm glad. No, it's always so frustrating when I literally do the right thing and it doesn't work. Because I literally walked up and down this whole goddamn place looking for this trapdoor, listening for this trapdoor, and hearing nothing out of the ordinary. So you're saying you'd hear it in here? That all sounds exactly the same. Like, did anybody else hear something weird? Because I heard nothing different through that entire hallway. So either it's not this one and it's this skinny part over here. Oh, what do you know? The skinny part is the thing I pointed out a dozen times. And watch as the game will suddenly let me use the crowbar here and I'm going to put my head through the desk. Because I've tried the crowbar in this spot enough times that I feel like a crazy person. But watch as now that you said it, it's going to somehow work. I can literally show you guys a clip of me standing in that exact spot and doing it, both before and after talking to all of these people. I wouldn't be physically able to put my head through my desk, as much as I want to. But I might have just cracked it slightly with that. Because that is genuinely how frustrated I am with that, because this is exactly what I'm talking about. I can do the right thing 7 times and somehow still be wrong. Yeah, it's the key to the drawer and the key to a door, because I got 2 keys. But you understand why I'm so angry about that. Because it's nonsensical that suddenly it allows it to work. Now, there were a couple locked things up here, but I think I know which one you mean. You're talking about the one across from where the old lady's room is. So do remember, there is a no backseating rule. I appreciate the help when I was asking for the help, but just remember there is a line. I'm not saying you've passed it yet, but there is a chance you might get there. I understand that I was already asking for help, so you were on the train of thought, and that's why I'm just saying it that way first. And you're also new, so you might not have caught that. Yeah, it was a safe bet that that was the key for that door. I was just going to go try the drawer first. But you are right that I should have opened this first, because otherwise we're going to have to come back up here. But there's no offense meant by me calling that out. I'm just mentioning that before it gets out of hand, and then there is something that ends up being said. Okay, that's this door. I know where this is. Yeah, this leads back into here. Yes, Zeno. While she types her thing, by the way, for the longest time, I ended up accidentally having the music off because I turned it low, which apparently low is enough that there is no music at all. Yes, Zeno, I'm listening. Okay. That was something I was gonna ask, is are we continuing Gloomhaven tomorrow, or are we gonna... You know, what you had wanted to do, but that answers that question. Alright, Carnage. Good luck with what you want to do. As I said, I was probably not going too much further today anyway, because I had only intended on going for 4 hours. Okay, so that leads back to that room. Okay, so that's all connected there. So this is all one spiral staircase that connects this whole section. Do I want to go through the zombies to get back over there, or do I go around? I can just go back through these two rooms over here and get to the main room from there. And then I can go wherever I please from there. But I suppose while we're all in the same place, Evo, are you available Friday? I know you were asking about what the plan was yesterday. And then we know all of the players that are available for that. And we can actually, you know, plan. Okay. Very good. That means we'll have 4 for Gloomhaven. And I will try not to fuck up the audio balancing this time. I still have no idea what went wrong with half of that. I have an idea. Well, I didn't say it, so you not listening wouldn't have changed anything. Zeno said Show was available for Friday and wanted to play Gloomhaven some more, so... That'll be the 4. And I assume he'll probably continue being Brute, so... You'll have some support as far as that goes. But we do have the other characters unlocked now, so that may shake up the lineup a bit as well. We don't have all of the characters, of course, still, but we have more. But that is something we can figure out going into or at Friday. The drawer in question was actually upstairs. I was in the right area for that drawer, and the whole Gloomhaven conversation threw my brain onto a different track entirely. Because Obed's office is on the ground floor, while Alan's office is on the second floor. I believe we actually got spat out right next to it. I believe it is this one. Yep. Because these will typically conveniently spit you out where you need to be, as long as you're paying attention to where it's putting you. So now we have a portion of a photograph and a key. Now we just have to figure out where this key goes. And we've got a couple options for that. Is at no point has it been mentioned what floor the library is on. But, knowing what we do about what color the locked doors are, and knowing that this first floor door is useless, I can only assume that we don't actually know where the library door is at all. Judging from all the doors we've seen, we've accounted for every door we've touched. So that's an issue. Though that doesn't sound right. I feel like we haven't opened this door over here. One that's way past all this crap. How much you want to bet this is the library door? Nope, this is not the library door. This is a whole other door that looks different from all the others, but isn't the library door. Good. Though there was the mention of the bedroom key as well. So perhaps that's the issue. I don't have both keys, and the other key is meant to be used to open the first door, and then the other key opens the library. Means we might need to find the plant room, which I think was this one over here. Just gonna quickly check this space, even though there's nothing shining here, just to make sure. Nope, there's nothing here. Well, as I said multiple times, I was planning on stopping around 4 hours today, and we've gone about 4.5. So I'm going to save, we're going to find someone to go visit, and that will do it for today. This has been better than I expected, but also in some ways worse. Where am I going to go from here ends up being the question. I'm not going to send it to another person playing this because of the fact of what I've mentioned before on that logic of I don't want to send people off to immediately be spoiled on things. The fact that Dead Space fits in retro kind of messes with my head because I can't actually disagree with it, because at this point I think the original release of Dead Space is actually old enough to not be unreasonable there. That just kind of makes my brain shake a bit. If that was in English, I would send us there, because ODT's really weird. But it's not in English, so there's not a lot that can be done there. And my available choices aren't doing anything too interesting. I'm not really enthused by that idea. So as usual, when I'm doing the death scroll of who's doing what, if somebody has somebody they want to recommend, now is the time. Not seeing anything that's blowing me away in the retro section yet again, which is disappointing. But I also don't have any brilliant ideas for what to look for. And I, of course, am not going to use the recommended section, because that's typically people who have plenty of help already. They don't need more. Hmm. You would think with how many people I've gone out of my way to go find and follow and things like that, I would have had people available doing something I would be willing to throw people to see right now. And there are people that are doing things that aren't bad. It's just a matter of I've either rated them a bunch or it's not something that fits together with what we've just done today, or etc. etc. Let me check this, because this sounds interesting. I'll just turn desktop audio off for a moment while I check this, and we shall see if we go see them. Well, so about that, literally the moment I clicked it, they went offline. Welp. That's timing. I'll mark that for the future, because I may check on that either way. But that does not help anything. I swear this must just be an awkward time of day. Or something. Like between 6 and 8, at least in terms of Eastern time, seems to always be a problem. In terms of finding people to raid. I've noticed that. And it is needless to say, kinda frustrating. I don't want to just not send anything. Right then, I'm not too blown away by what I'm seeing on my own list, but I'm just gonna send it for one of them anyway. It'll just be what it'll be. Down to 2, and then I'll flip a coin. I guess it'll be one of those two. Okay, that answers that. I think I've seen them before. Let me just double check who this is before I send it. Sure, I remember who this is. Okay, yeah, I remember who you are. Yeah, we'll go see Junson though. They're playing the newer content for Monster Hunter Rise, which I know not everybody here is gonna be that interested in, but it should at least be fun to watch somewhat. So quickly roll back through schedule. Tomorrow, bonus stream. As long as I don't suddenly feel like shit, it'll be a bunch of Next Fest demos. I've got a bunch of good shit lined up that fits what we've been doing on the channel. I don't know how long that stream will be. I don't know exactly when I'll start that one, since I'm not committed to my scheduled time. It will probably be at earliest 1 p.m. Eastern, though. It is likely to be later than that. We shall see. And it'll go till I either run out of demos or I get tired. We'll see. Friday, Gloomhaven, that was discussed earlier. Saturday, back to this. Sunday, back to Dragon Quarter. Monday, I'll either bring back Blaster Master or start something else, since Moonscars is done. I have ideas, but I haven't committed to anything yet. And Ditto, of course, will go for Tuesday. Tuesday will be back to normal as usual this week. As far as I'm aware, was an aberration. Schedule will be updated if it needs to be updated. But I'm going to go ahead and hit this button. Thank you all for taking the time to put up with me running in circles, and those who helped, an extra thank you to you. Thank you again to James for the raid, if you're still here listening, which you've probably gone off to do more important things, which is understandable. And just go be good to them and have a good one. Keep yourselves out of trouble where you can.